Chapter 43-42. He didn't know if the person who made the statue was too skilled or if the woman's fighting spirit was too strong, but the statue seemed to have a sharp edge. Anyway, standing in front of the statue, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. The most important thing was that this woman was actually someone he knew. Yang Shui? When he was escaping from the bloody battlefield, he participated in Yang Shui's marriage ceremony. Unexpectedly, she succeeded. Later, he found out that Yang Shui's strength was extraordinary, but he had never figured out how strong she was. The only thing he knew was that this woman came from the core of the Golden Sky Domain Golden City. You know the Valkyrie? Kill the Wolf asked with a smile. Valkyrie? Yes, Valkyrie Yang Shui, in the divine martial sacred city's battle zone. Her winning streak has reached 10,000. Because of this, she was directly admitted into the Golden City. Now, she's already the Valkyrie of Golden City. Her strength is so strong that she's on par with the Fire Emperor. It's also because of this that no one has ever broken the record she set. That was why her statue was erected here. It's used to inspire future generations. Kill the Wolf explained. The 10 Holy Sun once wanted to imitate her, but none of them succeeded. Even the guy in the first place had only won 1,000 matches in a row. The gap is too big. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the ranking battle. Let's work hard together. Ling Xiao smiled. He had the ability to win 10,000 consecutive battles, but he probably didn't have enough time. Therefore, the ranking battle was still the key. He didn't know if Black Fong was here. If so, it would be interesting. If this guy was obedient, it would be fine. If not, although they couldn't kill here, they could still teach him a lesson. As the two talked, they walked into the battle hall. There were many small screens here. If you wanted to watch a battle, you could choose it yourself. There were also 4 big screens that were broadcasting 4 battles at the same time. These live battles were selected from among them. The more exciting battles were also the ones that everyone paid more attention to. The battle hall was very lively. Here, of course, you could also choose to start a random battle or a scenario battle. There were also 2 types of battles. The first type was restricted. You could choose the range of your opponent's strength. The other was unlimited. The opponents were random, and their strength was random. You might even encounter a core-shattering realm martial artist. This was prepared for those martial artists who were looking for excitement. Most people wouldn't make such a choice. Do you want to fight now? Kill the Wolf asked. There's no need to rush. Take me around and let me know more. Ling Xiao said. That's not a problem. Kill the Wolf said. Then, the 2 of them wandered around the battle hall. There were many new gadgets here that Ling Xiao could call black technology. It was said that this kind of advanced technology came from the Xinji continent. The closer they were to the divine mysteries continent, the higher the chances of black technology appearing. Ling Xiao really had an urgent wish now. After all, these novel gadgets were too important for the development of a country. Ling Xiao, it's really you. All of a sudden, a familiar voice rang out. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the voice. It was Lion Master Bao, the man he met in Shuiyu country. And the woman next to him, wasn't she Yi Lingyan? Why are you here? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Both Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan had become stronger. Their cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's when they were still alive. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was extremely fast, both of them hadn't fallen behind by much. Especially after going through the training in the secret realm, they had obtained a lot of benefits. Lion Master Bao was now a peak Earth Core warrior, but his combat strength was no weaker than an early Heavenly Core warrior. As for Yi Lingyan, she was a mid-Heavenly Core warrior. Both of them had made great progress. Of course we're here. After we heard you joined the 3,000 Saint City, we followed you here. We were also selected to join the Sword Soul Saint City. We're here to increase our strength. Lion Master Bao said excitedly. Sword Soul Saint City? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. That was the enemy of the Fighting Soul Saint City. Ling Xiao, don't worry. After we heard you killed Lung Chuyen, we decided to leave the Sword Soul Saint City. We were planning to go to your place to earn a living. We didn't expect to meet you here. Lion Master Bao hastily explained. Thank you, my good brother. Ling Xiao sighed. These two men still remembered their old friendship. It was rare. Aren't you going to thank me? Yi Lingyan said impatiently. Of course we have to thank you. Of course we have to thank you. The Fighting Soul Saint City has always welcomed you with open arms. Ling Xiao said excitedly. But why didn't Darkfrost come with you? Ling Xiao had always been worried about this little sister of his. Darkfrost is now the strongest warrior in Shuiyu country. I'm afraid her talent is only second to you. She won't be able to leave so easily. She said she wanted to find a way to unite Shuiyu country and Purple Spirit country, and she asked me to inform you. Lion Master Bao sighed. Ming Shuang, you really are my good little sister. Ling Xiao was surprised, and pleasantly surprised. Darkfrost, this little girl, he didn't need to worry about her. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. We have to go to the exchange district. See you in the Fighting Soul Saint City. Lion Master Bao saw that Ling Xiao seemed to have something to do, so he didn't waste any more time. With a smile, he dragged Yi Lingyan away. Lion Master Bao had originally pursued Shui Wushuang, but because Shui Wushuang was too disgusting, Ling Xiao had already killed her. Seeing that Lion Master Bao had a new home, Ling Xiao was relieved. After all, he was his good brother. Although he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and the others. But he was also a comrade who had shed blood and fought together. I didn't expect you to be so popular. I thought that with your personality, you wouldn't have any friends. Kill the Wolf said with a smile on his face. Are you cursing me? All right, let's stop wandering around. Let's go fight. I have a rough idea of what's going on here. I'm itching for a fight. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Let's go. Kill the Wolf brought Ling Xiao to a machine. This machine was the pinnacle of the Divine Secrets Continent's black technology. It was completely made of metal. Using energy stones as the raw material, it could be connected to the battle zone system. You can choose the conditions to fight here, and soon the system will pick out a suitable opponent for you. A warrior was standing near the machine. He was an early Heavenly Core warrior. He should be one of the guards in the battle zone. When he saw Kill the Wolf, the guard quickly walked over and said, The Holy Sun wants to choose his opponent through the machine. Or, do you already have someone in mind? It made sense for him to ask this question. Under normal circumstances, the battles were random, and no one knew who their opponent would be. But there was still the option of a battle. Both parties knew who their opponent was. They had to fight here. Aside from not killing anyone, they could do anything. Chapter 43:43. We'll just use the machine to choose our opponent. Kill the Wolf nodded his head. Then he started teaching Ling Xiao how to use the machine. The guard was surprised when he saw this. Even among the 10 saints, Sha Palang was one of the top few. Yet he paid so much attention to this unfamiliar face. Could they be brothers? Or a relative? Although he had a lot of questions in his mind, he didn't dare ask. He was just a guard here. Although he was strong, he couldn't compare with the 10 Holy Sun. Besides, Kill the Wolf was one of the stronger ones among the 10 Holy Sun. Here, choose the opponent you want to challenge. You can choose the age, gender, etc. Of course, the most important thing is your cultivation base. Kill the Wolf might look rough, but he was actually very careful. Age, gender, and cultivation base. And let's warm up first. Choose between the peak Heavenly Core Realm and the early Extreme Core Realm. While Ling Xiao was making his choice, many people were watching the show. After all, Kill the Wolf's appearance here was very attractive. Holy Sun, this brother didn't choose the wrong opponent, right? He should only be at the Earth Core Realm, and he chose between the peak Heavenly Core Realm and the early Extreme Core Realm? Did he make a mistake? Before you click confirm, you can cancel the challenge. The guard reminded Jiang Chun. All the surrounding warriors were discussing among themselves. They all thought Ling Xiao must have made a mistake. However, Ling Xiao just smiled. On the surface, he was only at the peak Heavenly Core Realm. No wonder people thought so. It was normal. As for what happened in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region, it hadn't spread to the Golden Sky region yet. Even if it did, people might think it was someone with the same name. They wouldn't think it was him either. Let's talk about how he killed Lung Qiuyan. Although the news had been leaked, not many people believed that he was the culprit. They all thought he had the help of some powerful warrior. This was the main reason why Sword Soul Saint City didn't look for trouble with War Soul Saint City. They were worried that there was someone behind Ling Xiao. Can I choose? But I'm not interested in warriors below the perfect Heavenly Core Realm. Ling Xiao looked at Kill the Wolf and asked, "Don't listen to them. Even if you want to choose a Shattered Core Realm martial artist, it's not a problem. It's fine as long as you think you can win." Kill the Wolf said, "That's good." Ling Xiao nodded and pressed confirm. He really dares to be so sure. Who is this person? Someone asked. Doesn't it have a name? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. This person recited Ling Xiao's name and suddenly said in surprise, could he be the one who killed Lung Qiuyan? It's said that even the Holy Lord of War, Soul Sacred City, has to listen to him. Bulsh *T. Although I've heard about this matter, I still feel that it's a bluff. He probably wants to build momentum for him. I think so too. Previously, I was a little bit convinced, but after seeing it today, this Ling Xiao is only at the perfect Earth Core Realm. How strong can he be? Let's see who his opponent is. Everyone stared at the big screen. It showed the information of the next 10,000 battles. Waduo. It's actually Waduo. He is indeed a perfect Heavenly Core opponent. If this Waduo was in the Saint City, which is ranked below 1,000, he would be a holy lord. Hee. Today I can finally see if this Ling Xiao is the real deal. The conversation quickly attracted a lot of people. When they heard that Ling Xiao was going to fight, and his opponent was Waduo, they all came running. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They knew what these people were thinking, and they even set up a big screen to broadcast the battle between Ling Xiao and Waduo. Many people were not convinced by Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao killing Lung Qiuyan was something they couldn't believe. Therefore, they wanted to see Ling Xiao's true strength with their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, a few tens of thousands of people had gathered in front of the big screen. Looks like they are the same as me. They are doubtful about your strength. Kill the Wolf was indeed a straightforward man. He just said it out loud. Do you have the strength to defeat Lung Qiuyan? Let me see with my own eyes. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Ling Xiao smiled. He took out the battle number from the machine and handed it over to the front desk. After that, he stood in front of something that looked like a teleportation device. As the countdown began, he could feel a force slowly emerging. This should be a short-distance teleportation device. It could teleport him directly to the battleground. In the next moment, he arrived at the battleground. Here, he realized that besides watching the battles through the big screen in the main hall, there were many other places. The battleground also had a lot of spectator seats, but it was free to watch from the outside. There was a fee to watch from here. Every time you came here, you could watch at least 10 battles. Of course, the fee wasn't low either. In order to support Ling Xiao, Till the Wolf bought a ticket to enter the battleground. Besides him, Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were here as well. When they were in the exchange area, they suddenly heard the announcement that Ling Xiao was going to fight Wuduo. They immediately rushed over. Ling Xiao was their good brother. They had no reason not to support him. Spending some money was nothing. Besides, they were going to leave Soul City, and head to War Soul City. They had to witness the strength of the strongest warrior in War Soul City. Please advise me. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent. It was a middle-aged man with a serious expression. He should be over 100 years old. Among the perfect heavenly core warriors, his strength was close to Lung Qiuyan's, but he was still weaker. He was much stronger than Di Tuotian. Using an opponent like this as a warm-up was not bad. You're that Ling Xiao who caused a lot of trouble recently? Wuduo sneered. That's right. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Very well, I won't hide it from you. I am a disciple from Evil Saint City. I love to destroy people like you. Ha ha! Wuduo laughed crazily. Is this guy an idiot? Ling Xiao sighed. Are you going to fight or not? Too bad. I can't kill anyone here, or else I would definitely kill you, you arrogant little brat. Oh, right, our holy son, Black Fong, said he wants to spar with you. Perfect, I'll help him test your skills. Wuduo sneered, then he charged towards Ling Xiao. He attacked with all his strength, unleashing his martial soul. The martial souls of the Evil Saint City were all unique. Wuduo's martial soul was a famous murderous demon. That was why he was extremely ruthless. Although he couldn't kill anyone, he didn't mind crippling Ling Xiao. Facing Wuduo's attack, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. Against someone like this, he didn't need to use his beast soul transformation. That was why he used his human form to fight. He didn't even use his sword. When he was fighting Lung Qiuyan, he didn't use his sword, and he didn't need to do so now. It was precisely because of this that Wuduo had the misconception that he could fight Ling Xiao to a standstill. Chapter 43-44. It was an exciting battle, and it attracted many cheers from the audience. After all, many people were suspicious of Ling Xiao. Today, when they saw how Ling Xiao was able to fight evenly with Wuduo, they were surprised. They were also impressed. Is this the Ling Xiao who killed Lung Qiuyan? That's right, he's strong, right? He fought the murderous demon Wuduo with his bare hands. He didn't lose at all. When I heard that he killed Lung Qiuyan, I thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, I think it might be true. But with his current performance, I don't think he can kill Lung Qiuyan, right? Let's wait and see. He might have some trump cards. That's right, it won't be easy to defeat Wuduo. Wuduo is a very strong warrior amongst the perfect heavenly core warriors. Even in the Saint City, he is only second to the holy son, Black Fong. Bah, what the hell? I think this guy is going to lose soon. That's right, he dares to fight against the Saint City. Isn't he just courting death? On the spectator stand, there were some who admired Ling Xiao, and some who were spitting at him. But everyone still recognized his strength. After all, he was able to fight with a perfect, heavenly core warrior to this extent. That was a very strong ability. Even those who were spitting at him couldn't say anything good about him. But Ling Xiao didn't care about all these discussions. Without transforming, he could deeply feel the threat his opponent posed to him. This kind of threat would allow him to slowly unleash his potential, although it wouldn't be that fast. He could still improve. Under this kind of situation, he needed to train his combat skills. It would be very helpful to improve his combat skills. This was the reason why he didn't end the battle immediately. Wuduo had a lot of martial skills, but the strongest one was a peak 8th Order Emperor martial skill. There were a total of 6 sets of martial skills that complemented each other, and they worked well together. Although Jiang Qin didn't know if these martial skills were exchanged in the exchange area. Ling Xiao felt this kind of fighting style was very interesting. When martial skills complemented each other, it could allow a low-ranked martial skill to unleash a stronger power. For example, Wuduo's 4 sets of martial skills, when used together, could actually erupt with the power of a 9th-level Emperor-grade martial skill. This wasn't easy. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques and only used his fists and legs to deal with the enemy. Even so, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, they fought back and forth. It was quite comfortable. The feeling of the true essence in his body fusing with his physical body was really good. This allowed him to more vividly experience the flow of true essence and its effects. Suddenly, the side door opened. A group of people walked in from outside. He entered the spectator stands and looked at Ling Xiao and Wuduo on the battlefield. The leader had a pair of leopard-like eyes. Although it wasn't tall, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura. Everyone who sensed this aura turned around to take a look. Many people lowered their heads, revealing a look of fear. However, most people were still as calm as ever, and even a little annoyed. This was divine, martial sacred city. No matter who came, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Black Fang, it's fine that you're here. It's not good to disturb others watching the battle. Put away your trashy aura, or I'll kill you. The person who spoke was Kill the Wolf. He was one of the people who didn't fear this group of people. When Black Fang saw Kill the Wolf, he frowned and restrained his aura. That's right, the people who followed him were all martial artists from divine martial sacred city. They found an empty seat and sat down. Although they were lawless, they were still afraid of the strong. This was the way the world was. Even the people from divine martial sacred city were no exception. Holy Son, it's indeed Wuduo who's fighting with that kid called Ling Xiao. This kid is really bold. He actually came here. Isn't he afraid that you, Holy Son, will kill him? There's no need for me to make a move. Wuduo will teach this kid a lesson. While speaking, Black Fang glanced at Kill the Wolf. Among the people present, Kill the Wolf wasn't the only one he was afraid of, but it was definitely the one who made him the most unhappy. He used to have conflicts with Kill the Wolf. He was also beaten up by Kill the Wolf. So there was a shadow in his heart. Logically speaking, a battle like this shouldn't be able to attract a guy like Sha Palang to watch. Could it be that this guy has something to do with Ling Xiao? Black Fang was a cunning and cruel guy. He wasn't stupid. Although he thought of this, he still needed to confirm it. If Kill the Wolf was really related to Ling Xiao, then he was afraid that his previous plan would have to change. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked towards Kill the Wolf. Go away. He drove away a warrior sitting next to Kill the Wolf. Then he sat down and said, Kill the Wolf, are you related to Ling Xiao? I just met him, but what does this have to do with you? Kill the Wolf said disdainfully. Although they were both Holy Son, Kill the Wolf didn't like Black Fang's character. This Black Fang had done a lot of dirty things. Just met him? Then it's easy. Today I'm going to teach this Ling Xiao a lesson. You won't stop me, right? Black Fang said coldly. Stop. I won't. Kill the Wolf smiled and shook his head. It's just that I'm afraid you're not his opponent. When saying this, Kill the Wolf pointed to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle had already ended, and Ling Xiao stepped on Wuduo. Now that he had warmed up, there was no need to waste his time on a peak, heavenly core warrior. Go away, trash from the sacred city. Ling Xiao sent Wuduo flying with a kick. For him, a place like the sacred city shouldn't even exist. Although it was normal for warriors to kill and commit arson, there was still a bottom line. As for the warriors from the sacred city, there was no bottom line. The things they did made people feel disgusted. If Ling Xiao controlled the 3,000 saint cities, he would never allow a place like this to exist. It was simply polluting the environment. Beautiful. Well done. In the audience, many people, led by Sha Palang, began to shout. The sacred city didn't have a good reputation. Every time a warrior from the sacred city was defeated, the crowd would cheer for him. This showed how many people the sacred city had offended. Originally, Ling Xiao's image in the 3,000 saint cities was still vague, but at this moment, at least he had become a man who was praised and admired by everyone. As for Waduo, he was despised by everyone. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao walked out of the battlefield through the defensive wall and came next to kill the wolf. The moment he saw Black Fong, he knew this man didn't come with good intentions. With just a simple guess, he knew who he was. This guy with dog-like eyes, is he the last-ranked Holy Son? Black Fong? Hee, everyone from the sacred city deserves to die. Ling Xiao's tone wasn't good. Chapter 43-45. Ling Xiao didn't need to leave a good impression on them, since they were here to pick a fight. However, when he said this, the people around him were stunned, including Kill the Wolf. Kill the Wolf didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to say such a thing. Although most of the warriors in the 3,000 holy cities had opinions about the existence of the sacred city of Sin, the problem was that the sacred city of Sin was one of the top 10 holy cities, and it was ranked quite high. Making an enemy out of the sacred city of Sin was simply courting death. Therefore, even if there was a small conflict, they would never dare to provoke them in public. This Ling Xiao was really something. They couldn't help but sigh. Kid, what did you say? Black Fong was furious. He grabbed Ling Xiao's collar and roared, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because we're in divine martial sacred city. If you have the ability, let's leave the battle zone." After all that talk, you're still a coward. You still don't dare to kill people in the battle zone, right? Ling Xiao mocked. Then he patted lightly. Hey Moya felt as if his hand had been scalded by a hot soldering iron. He hurriedly loosened his grip. You dare? Black Fong roared. Why would I kill people? I don't want to be like some crazy dog for a woman who's willing to sleep with anyone. You're clamoring to kill others. Ling Xiao mocked. Good. Very good. Kid, you're ruthless. Today's grudge is formed. Kid, you better not leave the battle zone. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Black Fong spat fiercely, then looked at Kill the Wolf and said, We agreed not to make a move. You better not make a move. Otherwise, it will cause a war between the sacred city of Sin and the sacred city of Sin. Your sacred city of Sin is only ranked 9th. Our sacred city of Sin is ranked 3rd. You're stronger than me, but don't forget that the sacred city of Sin behind you is not as good as us. Brothers, let's go. 2 of you go and take that trash away. After saying that, Black Demon Fong turned around and left in a huff. Previously, he had only wanted to kill Ling Xiao because of Lung Chuyan. Now, he had one more reason to kill Ling Xiao. That was because Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that it made him very unhappy. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, he would suffocate himself to death. After Black Fong left, Kill the Wolf's eyes turned cold. I really want to kill that bastard. However, he's right. In terms of overall strength, our Saber Tyrant Holy City is still inferior to Sin Holy City. If they really fought, the result would be unpredictable. I don't want Saber Saint City to fall into a quagmire of war because of me. Don't worry, there's no need to trouble Brother Lang. With his strength, I can still handle him. Ling Xiao smiled. Brother Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. I'm only saying that we can't deal with him openly. However, if he dies on the road one day, We can't blame it on Saber Saint City. Kill the Wolf sneered. It's not that troublesome. I'll do it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I appreciate Brother Wolf's good intentions. However, Lung Qiuyan is obviously not enough for Gold City to notice me. However, if I defeat Black Fong, one of the 10 Holy Sun, they should be paying a lot of attention to it. Holy Sun? That's a good name. It can't be. He's at the early stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. He's not to be trifled with. Kill the Wolf frowned. That Waduo you just defeated is far inferior to him. Moreover, this guy likes to play tricks. You must be careful. Don't fall for his tricks. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Black Fong, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since the other party likes to play tricks, then why don't we take the initiative to attack first and teach this Black Fong a lesson? That way, he'll learn his lesson. It's a pity that killing is not allowed in this battle zone. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of this piece of trash. It would also save him a lot of trouble. But come to think of it, if he killed Black Fong, the sacred city of Sin wouldn't just sit by and watch. Forget it. I'll teach him a lesson first. Hopefully, this guy will learn his lesson. What do you mean? Black Fong said coldly. This is the battle zone. Didn't you issue a challenge to me? Since you're here, why don't we fight? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was very calm. However, hearing this, Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were shocked. Ling Xiao defeating Waduo with his perfect Earth Core realm cultivation was already legendary enough. Now, he actually wanted to fight with Black Fong directly. Isn't this a bit too impatient? Ling Xiao, don't be impulsive. Although it's true that killing is not allowed in the battle zone, this Black Fong is the son of the sacred city of Sin's Lord. He might really kill you. With the support of the sacred city of Sin's Lord, even the commandment sacred city will let him off. They might even pour dirty water on the dead. Lion Xiaobao reminded. That's true. Kill the Wolf said. Among the 10 sacred cities, the top 3 sacred cities, Scarlet Sun, Sky Sea, and Sin all have extremely powerful sacred lords. Even the commandment sacred city doesn't dare to offend them. That's why they usually protect them. How could Ling Xiao not understand this logic? He wasn't a 3-year-old kid anymore. He had experienced too many petty conflicts between the forces. He was very clear that the commandment sacred city would protect the 10 sacred cities. However, he was confident that he could defeat Black Fong. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about this at all. Moreover, in order to spread the name of the Fighting Soul Sacred City and let the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City hold their heads high, he had to raise his spirits and cultivate diligently. This battle was necessary. Kid, are you serious? Black Fong laughed. He actually wanted to apply for a battle just now, but because of Kill the Wolf, he guessed that Ling Xiao wouldn't agree. He didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be such an idiot. He took the initiative to ask for a battle. How could he refuse? Of course I'm serious. Do I need to think twice to deal with you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. What an arrogant kid. Fine, I'll show you the strength of the 10 Holy Sun today. Where are the Dharma apostles? Black Fong roared. If he wanted a battle, he could directly find the Dharma apostles on the battlefield. He didn't need to log in. The Dharma apostles would help him with this. Greetings, Holy Sun. The Dharma apostles of the Commandment Sacred City were also respectful to the Holy Sun and didn't dare to offend him. Help me arrange a battle with this kid. Black Fong roared. The Dharma apostles looked at Ling Xiao and showed a sympathetic expression. Although killing was not allowed here, but if he was crippled, it would still be depressing. This Ling Xiao was really something. Why did he offend Black Fong? Sai, are you willing? This was a procedure that had to be followed. so the Dharma apostles still asked. Of course. Ling Zhao's main purpose in coming to the divine martial sacred city was to train himself. Defeating a perfect heavenly core warrior wasn't a big deal. Since Black Fang had appeared, he would use this Black Fang as a training opponent. Genius 1 second, remember this site, address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 43-46. In the arena, Black Fang looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He really didn't expect his dream to come true so quickly. This idiot Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to challenge him. Originally, he was still worried about finding a reason to deal with this guy. But now it was all good. Seeing that you're so cooperative, I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. Black Fang laughed. Then I have to thank the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. However, the Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists in the audience were extremely nervous. Ling Xiao challenged Black Fang. Although he was very brave, could he really win? That was the Holy Sun. The high and mighty Holy Sun was an existence that they could only look up to. Although Black Fang was ranked last among the 10 Holy Suns, he was still a Holy Sun. Moreover, he was at the early stage of the Dan realm, different from the warriors of Fighting Soul Sacred City. The rest of the audience felt that this battle was very interesting. I thought that this Ling Xiao against Black Fang would probably end up in the 3,000 Holy Cities ranking battle. I didn't expect this kid to be so anxious. Maybe he's a bit arrogant after killing Lung Qiuyan and defeating Wuduo. How old is he? How can he be a match for Black Fang, the Holy Sun? That's right. Black Fang is not only powerful, but it's said that he has treasures on him. Ling Xiao rashly challenged him. He's really asking for humiliation. Hee. Then let's see how this rising star will be abused. These people smiled slightly. No matter who won or lost, it had nothing to do with them. They just wanted to watch the show. Holy Sun, kill the wolf. Who do you think will win? Next to kill the wolf, a warrior asked respectfully. This person's strength was not ordinary. He was probably a holy lord of some holy city, but in front of Kill the Wolf, he was very respectful. This showed how influential the 10th Holy Sun was. Lu Mingho, what do you think? You're ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Don't tell me you don't have such good eyesight. It turned out that this person wasn't a holy lord. He was also a holy lord. Although he looked a little old on the surface, he was actually less than 100 years old. Lu Mingho was ranked 9th, higher than Black Fang. Their cultivations were the same, but their combat prowess was different. In any case, Lu Mingho had fought hundreds of battles with Black Fang. He won more than he lost, so he was still very powerful. Lu Mingho smiled and said, I've fought with Black Fang several hundred times, so I'm the clearest about his strength. Furthermore, this fellow had recently obtained several powerful treasures. Even I might not be his match. Even if this Ling Xiao had some ability, being able to kill Lung Qiuyan and defeat Wuduo. But in the end, he was still too arrogant, even daring to say things like destroying Sin Holy City. How naive. Even we don't dare to be so impudent. So in my opinion, he's a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. But in the end, he's still just a calf. In this battle, I'm afraid that he'll have to learn some lessons. He might even be crippled by Black Fang. Lu Mingho's analysis was correct. Under normal circumstances, it should indeed be so. But he did not know that Ling Xiao was not normal. Kill the Wolf said coolly, then you'll have to make an error of judgment today. Ling Xiao isn't the kind of person who will make decisions carelessly. Moreover, he has Fighting Soul Sacred City behind him. Once he falls, Fighting Soul Sacred City will be destroyed along with him. So he definitely won't act recklessly. Although saying that he wants to destroy Sin Holy City is a little idiotic, his strength should still be there. Kill the wolf. What if I tell you that Black Fong, this fellow, already obtained Sin Holy City's door of all evils? Lu Mingho said with a smile. Door of all evils. Sin Holy City's Holy Lord actually gave such a treasure to him? Kill the wolf sucked in a breath of cold air. The door of all evils was a treasure originally owned by Sin Holy City's Holy Lord. Not only was the treasure's grade extremely high, but it also had a special effect. Even if it was him, he would have a headache if he encountered it. Of course, the reason why a treasure was a treasure depended on the person who used it. If Black Fong used the door of all evils, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, that fellow's strength was not that great. Brother Wolf, since you think so highly of Ling Xiao, why don't we make a bet? It'll be fun. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Lu Mingho said with a smile. Kid, you really don't have good intentions. All right, what do you want to bet? Kill the wolf asked. I have a pill here. It's a good thing for martial artists in the alchemy realm to break through. It's called Broken Pill, Divine Water. It wasn't easy for me to get this from the higher-ups. It can increase the chances of breaking through by 50%. Lu Mingho said as he took out a pill. Although the name of the Broken Pill Divine Water was a little strange, it was indeed a pill. Of course, the pill that Lu Mingho took out was far from Ling Xiao's. Even so, it was still a treasure in the 3,000 Holy City. You're actually willing to use this as a bet. It seems like you've already thought of what you want, right? Say it. Let me see how good your eyesight is. Kill the wolf said. Brother Wolf, you're so straightforward. To tell you the truth, I've taken a fancy to the wolf fong ring on your hand. Lu Mingho said straightforwardly. Kill the wolf wore a ring on his right hand. It looked like it was carved out of a wolf fong. Not only was it beautiful, but it also hid an aura that made people greedy. It was obvious that it was a good treasure. Kid, you have good eyesight. This thing is no worse than your Broken Pill Divine Water. In fact, it's even better. Kill the wolf sneered. Hee hee, if Brother Wolf doesn't want to bet, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lu Mingho seemed to know Kill the Wolf's character, so he just smiled faintly. Humph, let's bet. Do you think that I, Kill the Wolf, am afraid of you? Kill the Wolf snorted and said, I've been looking forward to the Broken Pill Divine Water for a long time. Thank you for giving it to me today. Brother Wolf, you're too confident. If you're the one fighting, you'll definitely win. But that kid, hee, it's not that I look down on him, but he's just too weak. I'm afraid that he won't be able to gain Brother Wolf's trust. Lu Mingho dared to bet on this because he was confident. Kill the Wolf was different. Kill the Wolf was really gambling. He didn't know if Ling Xiao could win. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's watch the battle. Kill the Wolf looked at the battlefield. He wanted to see if his intuition was right, whether he would be slapped in the face or win the Broken Pill Divine Water. It all depended on Ling Xiao. Below the stage, everyone's attention was also focused on the battlefield. Even in the battle hall, the 4 live broadcast screens were broadcasting the battle at the same time. After all, one of the 10 Holy Sun, Black Fong, was on one side. On the other side was the rising star, Ling Xiao. This battle was going to be very interesting. Ling Xiao, before the battle, let me show you something good. I've had this treasure for a long time, but I haven't had the time to show it. Now, I'll take advantage of this battle to let everyone know. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-47. Black Fong was obviously a person who couldn't hide things. This guy wanted to show off the treasure he got. He had no intention of hiding it at all. Of course, it was useless even if he wanted to hide it. Since Lu Mingho already knew then the rest of the Holy Sons probably knew about it as well. Only Kill the Wolf, who had no interest in other people's business, didn't know. After saying that, Black Fong directly raised his hand. A stone door with an evil and gloomy aura appeared beside him. On the stone door, there were all kinds of evil patterns carved on it, as expected of the door of all evil. When Black Demon Fong gently touched the door suddenly opened. A terrifying and gloomy aura came from inside. It was ancient, desolate, and evil. It was very uncomfortable. The door of all evil hides evil. As Hei Emoya's voice rang out, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ling Xiao. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he returned to his original position. He did this purely to show off how awesome he was. What a magical treasure. Yeah, that should be the door of all evil. It's said that it can hide evil and release evil. But how exactly does it work? I really don't know. But one thing is for sure, it's very powerful. Isn't that obvious? Back then, the Holy Lord of the Sacred City of Sin relied on this door of all evil to make the Sacred City of Sin one of the 10 sacred cities. This thing is very powerful. It seems that Black Fong will definitely win this round. And I'm afraid he's going to rise in the ranking battle. The moment they saw the door of all evil, in a corner of the spectator seats, a woman's face suddenly turned ugly. She was wearing a light yellow dress. She looked very gentle and beautiful. Her body emitted a strange aura as if she was a divine object from ancient times. She was also one of the 10 Holy Sun. She was ranked 5th and had a very unique name. Fengyin. The reason why Fengyin was shocked when she saw the door of all evil was because her mother had died under this door of all evil. So this kind of emotional fluctuation was very normal. In Fengyin's opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Ling Xiao's defeat was set in stone. Even without the door of all evil, Ling Xiao would still lose. Not to mention that Black Fong had the door of all evil in his hands. The situation was getting more and more troublesome. Of course, powerful treasures were of great help to martial artists. However, in the end, it still depended on the martial artist's control. Whoever had higher intelligence would have stronger Zhenyuan and soul force. Whoever used it more skillfully would win. However, that would only work if both sides had similar treasures. If only one party had it, then this theory was not valid. Looks like Ling Xiao, that arrogant bastard, is finally going to suffer. After Black Fong cripples him, we will secretly kill him. Of course, there were also martial artists from Sword Spirit Sacred City in the audience. They hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If Black Fong hadn't killed Ling Xiao, they would have. Otherwise, Lung Chuyan would have died in vain. This treasure of yours is pretty good. How about giving it to me? What was incomprehensible was that Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all. He was even joking. Give it to you? Even if I wanted to give it to you, would you dare to take it? If you really want it, I'm afraid my father will chase you to the ends of the earth. Black Fong smiled faintly. He knew that Ling Xiao was just joking. Such treasures had the imprint of a sacred city. Unless Ling Xiao was really not afraid of the sacred city, he wouldn't dare to take it even if he was given 100 guts. If you dare to give it, I dare to take it, Ling Xiao said faintly. Your guts are really big. However, this is just foolishness. Black Fong curled his lips in disdain and stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao. He kept the door of all evil. To deal with Ling Xiao, there was really no need for the door of all evil. Come out, killing sword. After keeping the door of all evil, Black Fong waved his hand. A black sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, the martial artist sitting near the battlefield could clearly feel an evil killing intent. They couldn't help but shudder. Not only was the sword extremely sharp, but it was also filled with evil energy. No one dared to look at it directly. Everyone could feel a ferocious sword intent coming at them. They felt as if they were going to be killed by the killing sword. What a good sword! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. The sword in Black Fang's hand was a divine-grade heavenly king weapon, although it was considered relatively weak among the divine-grade heavenly king weapons. However, a divine-grade heavenly king weapon was still a divine-grade heavenly king weapon. In the entire 3,000 sacred cities, even most of the sacred lords didn't have such a weapon. You have a good eye. You know that this is a good sword. Black Fang waved the killing sword in his hand proudly. In an instant, a black, transparent light shield enveloped his body. That was interesting. Not only could the sword attack, but it could also defend. Moreover, it was a defense without any blind spots. The light shield was transparent. However, in everyone's eyes, it was like an iron wall that couldn't be penetrated. In that case, how could Ling Xiao continue to play? Not to mention defeating Black Fang. It was unlikely that he could even hurt Black Fang. Since you're so powerful, why don't you let me have 3 moves first? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, are you afraid now? Forget it. So what if I let you have 3 moves first? You can't even hurt me. Black Fang laughed maniacally. He was now in an invincible position. Such pride made it easy for others to underestimate him. Letting his opponent have 3 moves first was just to destroy his opponent's will. At the same time, he wanted to see how capable his opponent was. However, Black Fang's current thoughts were due to pride and disdain, because he felt that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him at all. With just the slaughter sword, he was invincible. He even had the confidence to challenge the Holy Sun, who was ranked higher than him. Moreover, he had the door of all evil, which was a treasure that was even more powerful than the slaughter sword. Their combined power was so terrifying. Perhaps even he didn't know. How could Ling Xiao win? It's over. This Ling Xiao is too pitiful. Black Fang is clearly bullying him. Almost everyone in the audience had the same thought, including the Dharma apprentices and guards present. They secretly sighed for Ling Xiao. Why did you have to challenge Black Fang for no reason? Now it's over. There's no chance of winning at all. Ha, Brother Wolf, I'm afraid that your Wolf Fang ring will belong to me today. Lu Minghe looked at Kill the Wolf excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly rose on the battlefield. In that instant, his expression abruptly changed. He stared at the battlefield with his mouth agape. He couldn't believe it. Genius 1 second, remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43-48. What's going on? Why did Ling Xiao's aura suddenly become stronger? Many people stood up nervously. They were extremely surprised by the aura on Ling Xiao's body. This kid, Kill the Wolf's eyes were filled with excitement. How can this be? Lu Minghe was dumbfounded, so he was hiding his strength. This aura, I feel that he's already at the level of an ultimate core expert. Countless people were thinking the same thing in their hearts. No wonder he could kill Lung Chuyen. No wonder he could defeat Wuduo. Everyone exclaimed, and then stared at Ling Xiao. At this moment, in the arena, Ling Xiao had already entered the beast soul transformation of the unbounded heavenly rat. Not only did his body become taller, but the crazy airflow was surging out of his body like a divine dragon. Dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. Tiger roar. Dragon roar and tiger roar earth-shaking change. Ling Xiao's body slowly rose into the air, and his powerful aura was like the rising and falling of the tides. His powerful true essence was violent and surging like 10,000 beasts. Ling Zhao's aura had already shocked everyone before he even used the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. He had displayed the strength of an ultimate core expert. Although his cultivation had not reached this level, his strength had definitely reached it. Looking down at Black Fang from above, Ling Zhao's face showed a cold smile. Black Fang, you can only rely on external objects to be arrogant in front of me. You actually dare to give me 3 moves? Are you stupid or an idiot? Can you block these 3 moves of mine? Ling Zhao's voice was full of sarcasm. This Black Fang was so arrogant that he actually wanted to give him 3 moves. He was simply courting death. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, Lu Mingho, I'm afraid your fragmented core, holy water, will belong to me this time. Although I don't like to take what others like, since you're so generous, I'm too embarrassed to accept it. Ling Xiao gave him a huge surprise. Isn't Brother Wolf a little too optimistic? Lu Mingho's expression was not very good, but he was not convinced that Ling Xiao is only at the complete Earth Core realm after all. Even if his battle prowess could reach the extreme realm of the core realm. However, he was definitely not as strong as a true extreme realm of Dan martial artist. Not to mention, he had the Sword of Slaughter and the Door of All Evil. This was especially true for the Door of All Evil. Ling Xiao couldn't even injure it. In this battle, Black Fang is still the victor. Kill the Wolf laughed. If that's the case, I won't argue with you. Next, let's watch the battle together. The battle will tell us everything. Will Ling Xiao or Black Fang win? Then I'll just ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's see. Lu Mingho sneered. Although he was shocked by Ling Xiao's true strength when he thought about it carefully, how could Ling Xiao be a match for Black Fang? It was better to stay calm. There was no need to panic. How can this guy be so strong? Will our sword, Soul Sacred City, never be able to take revenge? Damn that Ling Xiao! The martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City were not very happy. After all, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the lower the possibility of him dying. Now that Ling Xiao's true strength had been revealed, all of them were gnashing their teeth in hatred. I really didn't expect this person to have such ability. Feng Yin was also surprised. As the 5th holy son of the 10 holy sons, this was a small slap to her face. However, she believed that if Ling Xiao did not have any other abilities, he would still be defeated by Black Fang. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be easily made up for. Everyone in the audience gasped in surprise. In the arena, the true essences of both parties were constantly colliding like 2 waves. It seemed like it could explode at any time, even if Ling Xiao's strength suddenly became stronger. However, Black Demon Fang would not give up on this battle. If he gave up, would he still be shameless? Moreover, he did not think that he was weaker than Ling Xiao. Although he did not look too good, he did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a transformation technique. Indeed, he was taken aback. But even so what? He still believed that he would not lose. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was in midair. Black Fang was burning with anger. An insignificant nobody actually dared to look down on him in such a condescending manner. He could not stand it. Ling Xiao, your aura is indeed close to mine. But aura is just aura. Your cultivation is only at the complete Earth Core realm. I don't believe that your battle strength can soar to the early stage of the Extreme Core realm. Today, I will let you understand that your grandfather is still your grandfather. After saying that, he summoned the Door of All Evil that he had already put away. In order to win, he did not dare to take any risks. If he failed miserably, it would be embarrassing. Kill! Black Fang suddenly exploded. With a roar, His body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Ling Xiao. He was like an enraged demon that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. He wanted to defend his glory as the 10 Holy Sun. Ling Xiao used the falling plum clear shadow step and dodged easily. Black Fang's attack landed on the ground. The entire battlefield shook. Ha! So one of the so-called 10 Holy Sun is actually such an untrustworthy person. Didn't you say that you would let me have 3 moves? Why are you not letting me have one now? Are you scared? Ling Xiao's voice sounded in midair. Black Fang's face turned red, but he did not say anything. If he lost face, then so be it. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, nothing else mattered. He did not reply. He snorted coldly again. The slaughter sword in his hand stabbed toward Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao chose to dodge again. At the same time, he released the bloodthirsty plague. In this battle with Black Demon Fang, what he wanted was to win. Hence, he released the bloodthirsty plague right from the start. Then, the following scene became even more bizarre. Black Demon Fang continued to chase after Ling Xiao, while Ling Xiao easily evaded his attacks. Every time, he was able to dodge Black Fang's attack. Black Fang was so angry that he kept howling. Soon, more than 20 minutes passed. Black Fang was obviously getting impatient. Damn it, why are you running around like a rat? Didn't you want to challenge me? Come face to face if you dare. He stopped attacking and roared angrily. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, "This Black Fang seems to have forgotten where he is. There are no rules that state that we have to fight face to face. But if that's the case, there won't be a winner." Lu Mingho said, "I don't think so." Kill the Wolf smiled. At this moment, the situation on the arena changed. Ling Xiao landed on the arena. He took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. The 2 swords merged into one. They became the Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. He pointed at Black Fang. "It's easy to fight face to face. Come, I promise I won't dodge this time." Ling Xiao had already discovered through his Tai Chi eye that Black Fang's strength had been weakened by the bloodthirsty plague. He had reached a level comparable to his own. It was time for the victor to be decided. That sword of his. Kill the Wolf's eyes instantly lit up. He could not help but look surprised. Chapter 43-49. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand did not look special on the surface. However, once it was used, its aura would instantly become extremely sharp. Even Kill the Wolf felt a tinge of fear. Go to hell. Black Fang attacked again, with the slaughter sword in his hand. This time, Ling Xiao did not dodge. The 2 swords collided in the void. Ling Xiao stood there steadily. A terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's Dongsheng demon god's sword in the air. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed Black Fang. Black Fang felt as if he was a little chick that had been caught. Not only was his life threatened, but he could not even move his body. This guy is really strong. If I hadn't used the bloodthirsty plague to weaken him, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Otherwise, I would have been at a disadvantage in this head-on clash. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart at his wise decision. Today, he did not want to cultivate. He only wanted to teach Black Fang a lesson and break his spirit. Humph, I think this sword is not bad. I'll give it to my friend when I get back. Ling Xiao snorted. He held the sword in his right hand while his left hand was in a grabbing position. He wanted to take the slaughter sword for himself. A divine grade, heavenly king weapon was very rare in the 3,000 holy cities. Even if Ling Xiao did not kill Black Fang today, he would still get some benefits. The slaughter sword would belong to him. Oh no! Black Fang could not help but exclaim. The slaughter sword had his soul brand. If it was destroyed, he would lose consciousness on the spot. This was the flaw of implanting the soul brand. although it allowed one to better control the weapon in one's hand. However, once the soul brand was erased, one's soul would also be severely injured. Although it was not permanent, he would most likely lose consciousness if he was injured. How could he fight? Therefore, Black Fong had to come up with a plan in this situation. Otherwise, his treasure would fall into the enemy's hands. Even he would lose miserably. As one of the 10 holy sons, he had not lived for nothing. Door of all evil. Finally, Black Fong used his most powerful treasure. At that moment, a terrifying and sinister aura was released from his back. Inside the door of all evil, a strange vortex formed, like a black hole. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if his true essence was being crazily sucked away by the gate of all evil. Ha 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 ha! Black Fong laughed wildly. So what if you, Ling Xiao, are powerful? So what if you suppress me just now? You have no chance of winning against the door of all evil. Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague could also absorb the opponent's true essence, but its speed couldn't compare to the gate of all evil. The door of all evil was indeed a top-tier divine grade, heavenly king artifact. In addition to hiding evil, it could also devour the opponent's true essence. Terrifying. Die. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao's true essence was leaking out and out of control, Black Fong snorted coldly and was about to charge forward and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao! Below the stage, Lion Xiaobao exclaimed. However, he couldn't help much at this moment. With his strength, even if he charged forward, he would only kill one more person. However, he was still prepared to charge forward. However, when the battle was ongoing, the cultivators from the outside world couldn't charge in at all. He was directly bounced back by the defensive wall. His eyes were filled with despair. Why are you panicking? He won't be defeated so easily. Kill the Wolf's eyes were more ruthless, so he saw something different. Brother Wolf, when did you start to deceive yourself like this? Lu Mingho laughed. Kill the Wolf ignored him. He only looked at the situation on the stage. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. An incomparably terrifying aura began to brew within the Dong Sheng godly demon sword. Blood Sky Drilling Rat, Nine Heavens Frost Dragon, Flying Flame Lion, Radiant Holy Light Tiger. For different giant beasts appeared behind Ling Xiao, releasing an ancient and desolate aura. Then, roars continued to sound. It's not enough. It's far from enough to defeat him. It just so happens that I've cultivated to the 5th stage of the 12 Divine Beast technique over the past few days. I'll use them all at once. One-eyed thunderstorm bull. The power of lightning was condensing. It complemented the power of the other 4 Divine Beast techniques. Then, the power fused together and crazily poured out. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. It directly interrupted the vortex of the door of all evil. A large amount of true yuan that had been released returned to Ling Xiao's body. Black Fong was directly sent flying by the impact. He fell to the ground dozens of meters away. His expression was very ugly. This time, if the door of all evil hadn't blocked Ling Xiao's attack for him, he would have been defeated. He was afraid that he would have been defeated. Seeing this scene, the audience was shocked. Ling Xiao had actually broken free from the vortex of the door of all evil. Not only that, he had also sent Black Fong flying away. They had never heard of something like this before. Right at this moment, they had even forgotten that Ling Xiao was a peak Earth Core warrior. It was just too unbelievable. Boom. Ling Xiao didn't take the initiative to attack because the energy in his body had finally broken through the shackles. From the peak Earth Core realm, he had broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm. He was very familiar with this realm. This wasn't the first time he had reached this realm. Therefore, the entire process looked so smooth, so natural, and smooth. There weren't any obstacles. With the increase in his cultivation, his combat strength had also increased. And it wasn't just a little bit. "Bastard, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. All evils, come forth." With a furious roar, Black Fong crawled up from the ground. He raised the slaughter sword in his hand. He unleashed a terrifying sword beam. There were at least 10,000 sword beams. Every sword light was filled with an evil aura. If an ordinary person was frightened by this aura, they would have lost their courage to fight. But Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He kept swinging the Eastern Victory Fiend God sword in his hand, using the 23 dragon subduing swords to defend against the incoming sword beams. He had completely blocked off the surrounding area, and no water could get through. When the sword beams were about 3 to 4 meters away from him, they were immediately repelled. Final attack, Regretless Dragon subduing. Finally, after accumulating more and more attacks, he let out a furious roar and unleashed his final attack. A roaring golden dragon was unleashed from the tip of the sword. In an instant, it devoured the countless eerie sword beams. After that, it heavily slammed onto Black Fong's body. Black Fong was once again sent flying away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the door of all evil. The door of all evil had undergone some special changes. It seemed to have become bigger, and it had become even more eerie and terrifying. Blood sacrifice, the evil of all evil. He was about to lose. Black Fong didn't hesitate to use a forbidden skill. When his blood merged with the door of all evil, an extremely frightening energy was unleashed from the door of all evil. It merged with his body. At this moment, Black Fong felt the door of all evil had merged with his body. But at the same time, Black Demon Fong also felt that there was another soul in his body. It was powerful and evil. Chapter 43:50. Ling Xiao, you're the one who forced me to do this. The slaughter sword was once again thrust out, but this time the attack was completely different from before. Although it was just a sword beam, it was filled with an evil and gloomy energy. It pierced through the air and broke through Ling Xiao's defensive energy barrier. It continued flying towards Ling Xiao's body. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. Facing such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao circulated his energy and unleashed the 23 dragon, subduing swords like a shooting star. The final attack had almost blocked the tyrannical evil sword chi. But it was still not enough. After fusing with the door of evil, it seemed like Black Fong's combat strength had increased tremendously. But so what? His cultivation had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and his combat strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Sky-covering palm, a frightening gigantic palm, was unleashed from Ling Xiao's back. Not only did it block the brutal evil sword energy, it continued forward. It continued to move forward and blasted Black Demon Fong away again. Taking advantage of this critical moment, Ling Xiao's figure flickered. With a swing of his sword, he cut off Black Fong's right hand. The slaughter sword fell to the ground. It was taken by Ling Xiao. In an instant, the slaughter sword's soul brand was erased. At this moment, Black Fong felt as if his soul had just been whipped. He nearly fainted on the ground. Not good. Although he wasn't completely dizzy, this brief moment of dizziness had given Ling Xiao enough time to counterattack. Black Fong retreated quickly, his eyes filled with anger and fear. He wanted to activate the door of evil, but Ling Xiao didn't give him the chance. He shook the long sword in his hand, unleashing a sharp sword energy that pierced through the air. It was the Nine Heavens freezing dragon. Although this sword attack wasn't as powerful as the fifth layer, it was still powerful. But The speed of the attack was much faster, and it had a special effect. It instantly hit Black Fong, causing Black Fong's body to become stiff. Ling Xiao didn't stop. He continued to attack Black Fong crazily, not giving Black Fong any chance to counterattack. At this moment, Black Fong was completely in a passive position, blood spurting out from his entire body. A few minutes later, he was lying motionless on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered, and his injuries were very serious. Of course, the most important thing was that he was crippled. Black Fong actually lost. This Ling Xiao is too scary. He defeated Black Fong without any injuries. Furthermore, it's Black Fong who possesses the door of all evil. Looks like the rumor of him killing Long Qiuyan is not just a rumor. He won't take away the door of all evil, right? That shouldn't be the case. Taking away the door of all evil would mean that the holy city of Sin would become enemies with them. How could the sacred city of Sin allow Warsoul Sacred City to continue to do as they please? Black Fong was defeated. There was a period of dead silence at the scene, because many people did not dare to believe that it was true. But when Black Fong lay there covered in blood, they had no choice but to believe it. Not only was the battle spectacular, it was even more shocking. This Ling Xiao was even scarier than the rumors. Ha 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 ha. Lu Mingho, give me the fragmented pill, holy water. Kill the Wolf laughed happily. How could he not be happy about something that he got for free? Lu Mingho gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to give it to Kill the Wolf. He could not afford to offend Kill the Wolf. Many thanks. Kill the Wolf kept the fragmented pill, holy water, in his storage ring. He was very grateful to Ling Xiao. If not for Ling Xiao, he would not have won this item. On the contrary, Lu Mingho was depressed. He even treated Ling Xiao as his enemy. He thought that all this was caused by Ling Xiao's good deed. On the arena, of course, Ling Xiao had no idea what Lu Mingho was thinking. He walked in front of Black Fong and said with a smile, "Just now, you said you wanted to cripple me. So, I have no choice but to cripple you first. We have no grudge against each other, but because of Long Qiuyan, you came here to teach me a lesson. Serves you right for ending up like this." Of course, Black Fong was still alive. As long as a Divine Core warrior's inner core wasn't destroyed, he could still live even if his body was destroyed. Besides, Black Fong's body was still hanging on his body. It wasn't completely destroyed. Black Fong didn't dare say anything. However, in his heart, his hatred for Ling Xiao was already overwhelming. He wished he could chop Ling Xiao into a million pieces. But there was nothing he could do right now. Facing Ling Xiao, he could only lie on the ground, unable to move. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. He put away the slaughter sword. Then, he looked at the door of all evil. The door of all evil could be used for both defense and offense. It was definitely a good magical treasure. However, Ling Xiao felt that there was something wrong with this thing. The Yuan venerables had reminded him not to be greedy for it. That was why he didn't take it away. It wasn't because he was afraid of the sacred city of evil. It was because it was a mine. While he was thinking, the door of all evil suddenly started operating. It actually sucked Black Fong's body into it. Then it flew away. Ling Xiao from the sacred city of Fighting Soul. I'll remember this. The voice obviously came from the door of all evil. Sure enough, this thing is a little strange. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. A magical treasure that could talk, but the person was extremely fast, and he disappeared in an instant. Ling Xiao couldn't catch up with him, even if he wanted to. Forget it. This isn't the first time I've seen something like this. Why should I be afraid? Soon, Ling Xiao understood what was going on. He walked down from the arena. 2 consecutive victories had earned him 4 battle points. He had defeated Waduo and obtained 1 point. He had defeated Black Fong and obtained 3 points. Together with his previous points, he had a total of 14 points. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to go to the exchange area. He definitely wouldn't be able to exchange these battle points for anything good. If he did, he wouldn't feel at ease. Therefore, he bid farewell to Kill the Wolf and took Master Lion and Yi Lingyan to the sacred city of Fighting Soul. On the way, Ling Xiao obtained a lot of information about the 3,000 holy cities from Master Lion and Yi Lingyan. These two had come later than him. However, they knew much more about the 3,000 holy cities than he did. It was probably because he had gone to the Sky Demon Ghost region. For example, the 10 holy sons. The most dazzling ones were the top 6. This was because the combat strength of these 6 was obviously higher than the others. Kill the Wolf was ranked second among the 10 holy sons. Well, a person who had reached the extreme core boundary and was within 100 years of age would definitely not be ranked low. The one ranked third was called by Yunrui. He was a lecher and had his own special cultivation method. That was to rely on women. She had raised a group of outstanding female warriors under her. However, the fates of these warriors weren't very good. Without exception, they all ended up with tragic deaths. No one knew how they died, but many people said that it had something to do with Bai Yunrui's cultivation. The one ranked fourth was Lion Fearless. Although his surname was the same as Master Lion, they weren't related. The one ranked fifth was Feng Ying, who was in the audience seats earlier. This woman had an ancient bloodline, so her cultivation speed was extremely fast. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. The one ranked sixth was called Tian High Peak. This was a mysterious guy who appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even after investigating for a long time, Master Lion couldn't get any specific information about this person. They only knew that this guy was very powerful. Genius 1 second, remember this site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 4351. The last one was the most powerful one, Qi Xiao. Qi Zhao's name was only one word away from Ling Zhao's, but their positions in the 3,000 sacred cities were very different. This person belonged to the Red Sun Sacred City, which was the number 1 city among the 10 sacred cities. It could be said that he was the strongest person under 100 years old in the 3,000 sacred cities. But very few people knew his exact cultivation level. But one thing was for sure, even Kill the Wolf, who was ranked second, would be afraid of Qi Zhao's name. The 10 Holy Sun are actually changed every once in a while, based on the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Basically, it's changed every year. But these 6 people have been in the position of the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years. It's never changed. On the other hand, the 7th to the 10th change very quickly. Basically, it's changed every year. Ling Xiao silently remembered what Liu Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan said. In other words, defeating Black Fong was nothing to be proud of. After all, the last 4 Holy Sun were not that strong. The key was the 6 in front. If he defeated them, it would be amazing. That's right. According to the rules, as long as one can stay in the position of the 10 Holy Sun for 10 years without quitting, he can enter the Golden City to cultivate. In addition, if someone can defeat the 10 Holy Sun who has been in the position for 9 years, he will also be qualified to enter the Golden City to cultivate. Liu Xiaobao said again, "That's interesting." Ling Xiao felt a little pressured. Defeating Black Fong was not a big deal. The problem was that those few fellows ranked in the top 6, their cultivations should all be around the perfection of the extreme realm of alchemy. If he wanted to defeat them, he would need to break through again. It seemed that in the following days, he would have to fight in the Divine Martial Sacred City every day. Through the teleportation array, Ling Xiao brought Liu Xiaobao and Yi Linyan back to Warsaul's sacred city. He also introduced them to Jiang Nan. He asked Jiang Nan to arrange for them to cultivate. He gave them the best conditions. Ling Xiao knew about Liu Xiaobao and Yi Linyan's potential. As long as he trained them well, they could definitely become his successors in the future. Boss, something happened. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, a voice suddenly rang out. Haim Miankeo walked in with a grave expression. What happened? Ling Xiao asked curiously. When we did the head count today, we discovered that 3 disciples were missing. According to the reports of his fellow disciples, they had gone to the nearby Viper Valley. This wasn't a big deal. However, the disciple tokens of the 3 of them suddenly sent out a cry for help, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Haim Miankeo frowned and said, because the 3 of them were once martial artists of the punishment hall, the great elder of the punishment hall personally went out to look for them. He went out for 4 to 5 hours without any news. I'm afraid something has happened to him. I'll go there personally. Ling Xiao stood up. Although the 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall had once had a conflict with him, but now these people were his loyal subordinates. The same went for the first elder of the disciplinary hall. At this time, no one was allowed to get into trouble. Whoever dared to provoke their fighting soul sacred city, he would not easily forgive them. Young master, I'll go with you, Jiangnan said. No, you stay here. Also, send someone to bring General Zhao back. Although finding talents is important, the stability of the fighting soul sacred city is equally important. With him here, there shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shook his head. Jiang Nan's strength couldn't help much. The other party dared to make a move on the fighting soul sacred city at this time, so they must be extremely strong. No need to trouble old Zhao. We're here. Just as they were talking, Ancestor Scarlet Flame's voice sounded. Oh, the 2 seniors are here. Ling Xiao looked at them excitedly. With you here, there's no need to bring General Zhao back. Thank you for your trouble. After explaining, Ling Xiao went to the Viper Valley. The Viper Valley was not far from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, and it was not a dangerous place. There were often disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City who went there to cultivate or hunt. Therefore, it was basically certain that it was not done by demonic beasts. It was very likely that something had happened. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Viper Valley, he found the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace. At this time, his situation was not optimistic. He was basically on the verge of death. There were a few corpses near him. They were the missing warriors of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Great Saint, you're here. The first elder of the Criminal Law Palace looked at Ling Xiao weakly. In the past, he hated this person very much. Now, he had become his only hope. I'll heal you. As Ling Xiao spoke, he released the healing Saint Qi of the primordial natural dragon. It's useless. My inner core has been shattered. Now I'm just relying on a secret method to hold on. It's to tell you who our enemy is. Ling Xiao looked at the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace with a gloomy face. He really had no feelings for the person in front of him, but now that the other party had pledged loyalty to him, he had the obligation to seek justice for him. Great Saint, this is for you. The first elder of the Criminal Law Palace held a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball showed the scene that had just happened. A handsome young man dressed in red actually thought that he had taken a fancy to a very ordinary flower in the Viper Valley. He killed a few disciples who were sitting and chatting nearby. It was as if he had casually stepped on a few ants for the sake of picking a flower. Later, the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace arrived. He tried to reason with this person, but this person did not say a word. He attacked again and almost killed the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace. There was no enmity between them. There was not even the slightest friction. He just killed the person just like that. It was as if in this young man's eyes, other people's lives were not lives at all. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked. Qi Xiao. The first elder of the criminal law palace gritted his teeth and said this person's name. Qi Xiao, ranked first among the 10 Holy Sun? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right, it's him. I don't expect you to avenge us. I just hope that you can go to the disciplined sacred city and sue him, even if you want to punish him by imprisoning him for a month. Otherwise, our people will have died in vain. The first elder of the criminal law palace also knew how terrifying Qi Xiao was, so he did not ask for revenge. He only wanted to seek justice for them. First elder, don't worry. I will definitely kill this Qi Xiao. Every single person in fighting Soul Sacred City is more precious than his life. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said viciously, with your words, I can leave in peace. Sigh, it's a pity that I couldn't serve you for a long time. But great saint, I believe that you will definitely make the fighting Soul Sacred City stronger and bigger. With that, the first elder of the criminal law palace closed his eyes. His life force was completely gone. Ling Xiao put the corpses into the Dongsheng Emperor ring and returned to the fighting Soul Sacred City. A burial ceremony was held for these people. Chapter 43:52. After the burial ceremony, Ling Xiao sat down with Jiang Nan and briefly explained the situation. Jiang Nan was both angry and worried. Young master, it's best not to provoke Qi Xiao if possible. Even if you go to Commandment City, you won't be able to sue him. It's not the first time Qi Xiao has killed innocent people, but every time the matter is left unsettled. Commandment City didn't punish him. Sometimes it's the people who complain who die mysteriously. Commandment Sacred City is just as I imagined. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had already thought about this. If complaining was useful, then there was no need for strength. However, he still had to complain. At the very least, he had to let the people of the 3,000 holy cities know that he had complained, but Commandment City didn't care. He had a good reason for what he would do next. Young master, 2 of the 12 rulers of law are related to Scarlet Sun's sacred city. The 12 rulers of law is the brother-in-law of the Scarlet Sun Sacred City's sacred lord. He's Qi Xiao's uncle. The 3rd ruler of law is the uncle of the Scarlet Sun Sacred City's sacred lord. They're all relatives. Do you think you can win the lawsuit? The rulers don't usually do anything, so the 12 rulers of law are the ones who make the decisions. Jiang Nan still didn't want Ling Xiao to go to Commandment City to complain. I've already made up my mind. Sacred Lord Jiang Nan, you don't have to say any more. Once I've sorted out the lawsuit, I'll prepare to go to Commandment City. Ling Xiao had his own ideas. He had to sue even if he couldn't. This was called using peaceful means before resorting to force. He had to avenge the disciples of War Soul Sacred City. At the same time, in the training room of Sin City, Hei Emoya was lying there, his body still in tatters. His life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, there was a terrifying hatred in his eyes. That kind of hatred was so deep that it wanted to drag Ling Xiao into hell. Kid, you only have one chance. Do you want revenge, or do you plan to die like this? The person that had spoken was not a human. Instead, it was the gate of all evil. Black Fong roared, "Of course I want revenge. Even if I have to turn into a ghost, I still want revenge." Very good. Since that's the case, things are much simpler. The gate of all evil replied, "I will help you reconstruct your body and fuse it with me. At that time, we will share this body. Each of us will have half of the control over it. How about that?" Hearing this, Black Demon Fong hesitated a little. Giving up half of his body's control was a very dangerous thing. Hee, are you still hesitating? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, and you're running out of time. If you die, you will forever leave behind a laughable reputation. In the battle zone of Shenwu's sacred city, you were defeated and crippled by Ling Xiao. But if you're willing to take me, I can immediately make you as strong as the top 6 Holy Sun. At that time, not only will you be able to cripple Ling Xiao and avenge your humiliation, but more importantly, you will also be able to defeat him. More importantly, you will be able to defeat one of the top 6 and obtain the qualification to enter Golden City. At that time, you will truly amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The gate of all evil smiled, faintly. However, the words it had said had been engraved into Black Fang's soul. Black Fang was tempted. The gate of all evil struck while the iron was hot. Think about it carefully. Although you are now one of the top 10 Holy Sun, you are ranked last. Even a mere Ling Xiao can bully you. But if you accept my power, it will be different. You will become the strongest of the top 10 Holy Sun in a single leap. Finally, you will step into Golden City. In the future, my existence will be of help to you, allowing you to continuously increase your strength. You might even become the new Golden Emperor. At that time, no matter how many Ling Xiao there are, they will all be ants in front of you. Very well, I will sign a contract with you to share my body. Let's begin. Black Fang clenched his teeth and said, he felt that his mind was very clear now. So what if half of his soul control was taken away? This way, he would have another kind of cheat. In this way, he would be the chosen one. The benefits in the future would be huge. The sacred Lord of Sin Holy City was not the only one who did not know what had happened here. Ling Xiao did not know either. At this time, Ling Xiao was making his final effort for the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. As for War Soul Sacred City, everything was progressing smoothly, except for the incident with the Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder. Everything else was going on the right track. Ling Xiao let Jiang Nen become a part-time Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder. When there was a suitable candidate in the future, it would be assigned. He was still a hands-off boss. As for the complaint against Qi Xiao, Ling Xiao had already submitted it to the Disciplinary Sacred City. He was still waiting for the results. Of course, while waiting for the results, he did not forget to cultivate. The next day, he went to Divine Martial Sacred City again. However, this time, he did not only fight 2 rounds like the first day. Instead, he fought 100 rounds. This time, the opponents he chose were all in the early stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan. Some were even in the middle stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan, facing these powerful existences. Although the process of fighting was very difficult, basically, when facing the early stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan, he was able to win without any injuries. When facing the middle stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan, he was really miserable. However, he was always able to counterattack when it looked like he was about to lose. Therefore, it was widely known that Ling Xiao's strength was in the early stage of the Ultimate Realm of Dan. This strength was very powerful among the warriors under the age of 100. He even had a chance to enter the ranks of the 10 Holy Sun. Anyway, many people were optimistic about him. After all, he defeated Black Fang, the real 10 Holy Sun. Even Kill the Wolf basically came to watch him fight every time. His relationship with Kill the Wolf was getting better and better. Although it could not be said that they could talk about everything, they could be considered good friends. Although your strength is very strong, if you want to get the favor of the City of Gold, successfully enter the City of Gold, and become a disciple there, I'm afraid it's not enough. Kill the Wolf also said what he wanted to say. Ling Xiao did not refute his words, unless he used the Troll King. Ling Xiao could only defeat the warriors in the middle stage of the ultimate realm of Dan at most now, and the process would be very miserable. If he wanted to defeat the warriors in the late stage of the ultimate realm of Dan, he would have to use the tyrant martial soul. Facing the warriors in the ultimate realm of Dan, there was no chance of winning at all, unless he was lucky and the other party kept making mistakes. Otherwise, don't think about it. Therefore, he had to continue to strengthen his cultivation, to make himself stronger. At the same time, he had to continue to improve the strength of his body. That was one of his trump cards. These 100 battles naturally would not be in vain. He had obtained a total of more than 100 battle merits. Now, if he wanted to exchange for an Emperor Level 9 beginner martial arts technique, it was still possible. But to him, that was not attractive at all. Therefore, he still needed to continue to accumulate these battle merits. He did not know how to reward the battle merits. Anyway, it was useless to know. So he only looked at the results. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of the reading website. Chapter 43:53. After the end of the second day, Ling Xiao didn't go back. With old ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Sword Girl in fighting Soul Saint City, nothing should happen. Early in the morning of the third day, he started fighting. Moreover, it was a continuous battle without any rest. This way, he could stimulate his potential to a greater extent and make him even stronger. He could feel that the heavenly demon's heart in his body was being consumed more and more. As for his physical body, it had become even more powerful. He had fought more than 20 matches this morning. He could feel that his body was close to the next level of improvement. This Ling Xiao is a martial arts madman. Yesterday, he fought 100 matches without resting. What is he going to do today? Even the famous Valkyrie, Yang Shui, didn't have this ability. Isn't that so? But I like it. Every one of his battles is very exciting. Most importantly, I can learn a lot of fighting skills. I just like watching. Ling Xiao stood on the arena. Below the arena, there were either fangirls or fangirls. Of course, there were also those who were jealous. There were a lot of people like this. It was common for people to slander, insult, and even spread rumors in private. Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously. As long as they didn't cross the line, it was fine. He couldn't just kill all of them. If he did that, he wouldn't be qualified to come to Divine Martial Saint City anymore. Ling Xiao, do you dare to accept our challenge? While Ling Xiao was waiting for the next match, suddenly, a voice came from below the arena. Ling Xiao recognized the voice. It was Waduo, the trash he defeated before. This guy came again. And this time, he wasn't the only one. There were dozens of other warriors from the Saint City. All of them were peak Heavenly Core warriors. 2 of them were at the early stage of the Extreme Core realm. One of them was Lu Mingho, the 9th-ranked Holy Sun. As for the other one, Jiang Chun didn't know, but his aura was on par with Lu Mingho. He must be the outside help. Looking at Waduo, Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Trash like you don't have the right to challenge me. But since they want to fight, I won't avoid it. How about this? 3 at a time. I want one against many. The cultivators of the holy city of Sin were quite resilient. Although these men were only at the peak Heavenly Core realm, their combat strength was not weak at all. When the 3 of them joined forces, they were absolutely stronger than ordinary early-stage alchemy realm martial artists. It would not be easy for Ling Xiao to defeat them, but only then would there be value in training. That was why he agreed. This Ling Xiao sure talks big. Yeah, 1 against 3. Isn't that a bit too much? It doesn't matter if we win or not. Since he dares to say so himself, he should have some confidence. The people of the holy city of Sin really can't afford to lose. When Black Fong, one of the 10 Holy Sun, was defeated, Ling Xiao won fair and square. What's the matter with them? That's right, if it wasn't for the strict rules set by the divine martial saint city, I'm afraid they would have already attacked. Shoo, lower your voice. We can't afford to offend the holy city of Sin. They are all crazy devils who kill without batting an eyelid. If you say something wrong, you might lose your life. Although the people of the holy city of Sin wouldn't dare to attack them in the battle zone, but they couldn't stay here for the rest of their lives. Once they left the divine martial saint city, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, these conversations were all done in private. Each of them was more cautious than the other. Also, although they could fight in the exchange area, business area, and cultivation area, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. But they definitely wouldn't dare to be so brazen. They must have done it in secret. Otherwise, once they were found out, unless they were someone like Qi Xiao, they would be severely punished by the Commandment Saint City. Lu Mingho, Gao Shen, what the hell are you two doing? Since when did you have such a good relationship with the holy city of Sin? Why are you helping Black Fong? Kill the Wolf looked at the two foreign aid from the holy city of Sin with an unfriendly expression. He knew that Lu Mingho was ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Although his cultivation was on par with Black Fong, he was actually very strong in battle. He had even killed a martial artist in the middle stage of the extreme core realm, and it wasn't difficult for him. As for Gao Shen, he was even more powerful. He was already in the middle stage of the extreme core realm. He was ranked 8th among the 10 Holy Sun. The others might not be a problem, but these two were a little troublesome. Brother Wolf, what are you saying? I only saw Ling Zhao's strength, so I wanted to exchange pointers with him. If he can defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of the extreme core realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat me, an early stage of the extreme core realm, right? Lu Mingho laughed. And we're not foreign aid from the holy city of Sin. We just happened to meet. Brother Wolf, don't worry, it's just a friendly exchange. Gao Shen said. These two naturally didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Kill the Wolf. After all, Kill the Wolf was one of the 6 monsters and ranked 2nd. They couldn't afford to offend either of them. It better be just a friendly exchange, or don't blame me for being rude. Kill the Wolf couldn't stop this battle. After all, this was the Holy Martial Sacred City's battle zone. As long as they met the conditions set by Ling Xiao, both Lu Mingho and Gao Shen were qualified to fight. He knew what Lu Mingho was thinking. He hated Ling Xiao for making him lose the broken core sacred water. Gao Shen was a martial arts fanatic, and he was probably tricked by Lu Mingho. The opponents are randomly arranged, and I might not meet Gao Shen. As for Lu Mingho, he better just want to exchange pointers, or I'll let him have a taste of Black Fong's bitterness. Ling Xiao laughed. You're always so confident, but it's better to be careful. Don't be too careless. Kill the Wolf reminded him. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wolf. I'm going. Ling Xiao jumped into the arena. He first had to accept the challenges of the dozens of martial artists from Sin City. He said it was 1 against 3, so it was 1 against 3. Ling Xiao, you asked for it. I didn't force you to do this. Waduo sneered. I've seen many people like you who get cocky just because of a small achievement. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Waduo didn't expect his men to lose. It was 3 against 1. Furthermore, the disciples of the holy city of Sin loved to fight in groups. The more people there were, the stronger their combat power. The 3 of them together were definitely more terrifying than 3 ordinary martial artists. Hee. Ling Xiao just laughed. What was the use of talking so much? Everything depended on the performance in the arena. Brother Ling, if you feel that you can't win, don't force it. I'll take care of this bunch of trash for you. Kill the Wolf sneered. Even if I kill them in the battle zone, Commandment Sacred City won't dare to do anything to me. As the second place of the 10 Holy Sun, he wasn't as good as Qi Shao. However, Kill the Wolf had a strong foundation. Chapter 43:54. The 3 warriors from the sacred city jumped onto the arena. All of them looked ferocious and ferocious. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but each of them had a hideous scar on their faces. Since they were all divine core warriors, it shouldn't be a problem for them to heal such a scar. But they purposely showed their scars, obviously trying to scare their opponents. If it was a cowardly warrior, he would have been scared to death. Shaking his head, Jiang Chun thought to himself, "Since you guys like scars so much, I'll show you something more exciting. I'll let you guys have scars all over your bodies." Many people in the audience were extremely nervous. Although it was not a new thing to fight one against many in the battle zone, some warriors just liked this kind of challenge. But to challenge 3 warriors from the sacred city at the same time, this was the first time. The sacred city of Sin was ranked 3rd among the top 10 sacred cities. They couldn't afford to offend them. You 3 listen up, don't underestimate your opponent. That guy isn't someone you can afford to offend. Wuduo shouted out from below the arena. He had fought Ling Xiao before, so he knew how strong Ling Xiao was. "Wuduo, you're such a coward. If we were that guy, we'd definitely beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy." Wuduo wasn't Black Fang after all. His words didn't have any effect on these crazy guys. The people from the sacred city of Sin were all lawless guys. Therefore, if a warrior with the same cultivation base as them wanted to order them around, it would be very difficult. But it would be very difficult. Most importantly, rules meant nothing to these people from the sacred city of Sin. All of these people here had been imprisoned by the sacred city of discipline before. But once they were released, they continued to do whatever they wanted. This was the sacred city of Sin. Among all the 3,000 sacred cities, they were the ones that no one wanted to offend the most. Ling Xiao actually dared to offend the holy city of Sin time and again. This time, he had once again declared that he would fight a few dozen warriors from the sacred city alone. And it was a 1 versus 3 fight. Naturally, it had attracted a lot of spectators. The number of spectators wasn't any less than the number of spectators when Ling Xiao fought Black Fang. This Ling Xiao is really a strange person. Even in the face of these lunatics from the holy city of Sin, he can still remain so calm. That's right. The hands of the 3 people in front of him are stained with the blood of countless people. It's normal for us martial artists to kill other martial artists. However, the people of the holy city of Sin would kill ordinary people as well. Just as Ling Xiao said, these guys shouldn't be alive. Well said, but can you win? Even if it's a tag team battle, it's enough to make Ling Xiao suffer. I'm also worried. The martial artists of the sacred city of Sin are extremely cruel, and they will use any means necessary in battle. The 3 people on the stage all had the experience of killing martial artists in the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan. Moreover, he was killed without a single injury. Although Ling Xiao has broken through to the early heavenly core realm, it's still dangerous for him to face them. That's right, he's too young. He might not even be able to win one-on-one, but he's fighting all 3 of them at the same time. Perhaps it was because the sacred city of Sin had done too many bad things, but there were more people who supported Ling Xiao than the others. But although they supported Ling Xiao, many of them didn't have much confidence in him. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated Black Fang before, they still didn't have any confidence in him. The atmosphere below the stage was tense. On the stage, the 3 men from the holy city of Sin had stood 50 meters away from Ling Xiao. These 3 men did have some unique characteristics. The first man had a scar on his eye, and he was wearing an eye patch. Let's call him One-Eyed Dragon for now. The second man had a scar on his face, so let's call him Scarface. The third man had a scar on his head, and not only that, there was a dagger stuck in his head. This guy was too cruel to himself. So let's call him a retard for now. Right now, all three men were looking at Ling Xiao with evil intentions. They didn't look like they were looking at a man. It was more like they were looking at a woman in her boudoir. Retard laughed and said, "Little guy, I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat Black Fong. That's why I said that Black Fong was lacking in training. You're strong, but you're too weak in actual combat. Today, the three of us are going to show you some love. Later, in this battle zone, we'll make you lose all face and turn you into a gigolo that's ridiculed by thousands and tens of thousands of people." Ha 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 ha, well said. Scarface laughed out loud. The few of us like this kind of pretty boy with soft skin and tender flesh. The one-eyed dragon laughed along with him. Hearing the three men's words, the audience's face didn't look good. They were glad that they didn't meet such perverts. Speaking of which, it's not like there aren't any men who are lustful. In this boundless world, there are all kinds of strange things, but none of them are as perverted as these three. These three men weren't just lustful. They obviously had a habit of torturing and humiliating others. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Poor Ling Xiao must be scared out of his wits at this time. But when they turned their heads to look, they found that Ling Xiao actually had a smile on his face. It can't be. This brother Ling Xiao actually has such a hobby? At this time, Ling Xiao spoke. "Ha ha, you dare to humiliate me like this. You're quite bold. Originally, I just wanted to defeat you all. But now, in order to not let you go out and harm others, I'll reluctantly castrate the three of you, and I also have a little knowledge of formations and seals. I guarantee that after the three of you are castrated, you'll never be able to grow back. Brat, you're courting death." Retard's face instantly changed. "Kill him." Scarface also roared. "Wait, I already said, don't be in a hurry to kill him." One-Eyed Dragon hurriedly said, "No matter what, let's beat this brat first. When the time comes, we'll talk about other things." Retard suggested, "All right, let's do that. Brothers, let's go." Scarface roared and dashed forward, wanting to take the lead. Retard and One-Eyed Dragon followed, closely behind. It's time for Ling Xiao to transform, right? Everyone below the stage had the same thought. After all, Ling Xiao had used his beast soul transformation to deal with the early stage and mid-stage warriors of the extreme stage of Dan. But they were wrong. Ling Xiao didn't do that at all. Why would he need to transform when dealing with a few perfect heavenly core warriors? With his current form, he could easily deal with them. The slaughter sword was taken out by Jiang Chen. This was the sword he snatched from Black Fong. Although it wasn't as good as the Eastern Victory Devil Sword and Eastern Victory Sky Sword, it was still a divine, rank, heavenly king weapon. Its power was extremely terrifying. If it was combined with a warrior's killing intent, it would be even more terrifying. Right when the slaughter sword appeared, the three men in front of Jiang Chen felt as if they had just seen a terrifying monster opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards them. The audience below the stage were also scared by the terrifying killing intent, and they quickly ran away. Almost all the seats near the stage were emptied. Right at this moment, the three men in front of Jiang Chen no longer remembered how to fight. He was completely intimidated by Ling Xiao's murderous aura. They couldn't even see Ling Xiao's true form. All they could see was the terrifying monster. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4355. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 sword beams flashed. The 3 men let out miserable screams at the same time. When the sword beams faded away and the killing intent dissipated, The crowd noticed that the three men were rolling on the ground while holding on to a certain part of their bodies. The painful look on their faces was nowhere to be seen. If it wasn't for the fact that no one is allowed to kill in this battle zone, all three of you would have died here today. Ling Xiao let out a cold snort. With a kick, he sent the three men flying out of the arena. Throughout the entire process, the audience was dumbfounded. No matter what, this Ling Xiao was a little too strong. Three perfect, heavenly core warriors were killed before they could even do anything. This was really scary. Originally, they thought these three men were ferocious beasts, and Ling Xiao was just a little white rabbit. But now, it seemed like it was the other way around. In the deadly silent atmosphere, Ling Xiao looked at the group of warriors from the sacred city and sneered, "3 is not enough. I want to fight 10 of you. Come, all 10 of you come at me together." His domineering look made all the warriors from the sacred city gnash their teeth in anger. The audience was extremely excited. Wasn't the reason they came here to watch the show? 1 versus 3 was common, but 1 versus 10 was not. They really wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to win. "Brothers, don't be afraid of him. Since he is asking for it, let's send 10 of us." Waduo shouted, "That's right, we can't lose face for the sacred city." Someone shouted again. The sacred city was indeed the sacred city. These men were all ruthless men. Therefore, they wouldn't be scared easily. Soon, 10 men stepped onto the arena. This time, Ling Xiao still didn't use his beast soul transformation. Therefore, it was a little bit difficult for him to fight. During the fight, he repeatedly used the 23 dragon subduing swords and the 12 divine beast skill. He didn't fuse them together. He just used them separately to increase his power. The fight lasted for half an hour, but in the end, it ended with Ling Xiao's victory. Ling Xiao had never been afraid of fighting 1 versus many. As long as the other party's strength was inferior to his, no matter how many people came, he had a way to deal with them. If it really didn't work, wasn't there still the array formation? Therefore, to him, numbers were not a problem. "The rest come at me together." Ling Xiao increased the difficulty once again. There were only 17 or 18 cultivators left in the holy city. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment. This way, his improvement would be greater. Therefore, he was prepared to settle it in one go so as not to waste time. "Brat, you're too arrogant." Waduo gritted his teeth and jumped into the ring. The rest of the people followed suit, 1 against 18. The scene was once again in an uproar. More and more people came to watch the show. Facing these 18 people, Ling Xiao still did not use his beast soul transformation, because that wouldn't put enough pressure on him, and his potential wouldn't increase as quickly. Now, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 30% through these 2 days of fighting. This was not an easy task. On the other hand, the heavenly demon black tortoise body had already reached the limit of mid-9th level Emperor realm. He needed this kind of training so that he could continue to improve. Otherwise, once he encountered a cultivator at the peak of the Dan realm in the ranking battle, he would have no chance of winning. Unless he used the Troll King. But that was his trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to use it. This battle was very tiring, because Ling Xiao took the initiative to seal many of his methods. But no matter how hard it was, he still won in the end. Even though he was covered in blood, he still showed a victorious smile, because the blood was not shed in vain. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 40%, and the heavenly demon black tortoise body had finally advanced to the high 9th level Emperor realm. This meant that even a warrior at the peak of the Dan realm would not be able to hurt him easily. Isn't this too amazing? The audience below the stage was dumbfounded to be able to do this. Many people felt that perhaps they had really underestimated Ling Xiao. This morning's battle ends here. We'll continue in the afternoon. Ling Xiao had lost too much blood at this time. In order to cultivate, he had also worked hard enough. He needed a good rest. But with the advancement of the heavenly demon black tortoise body, in addition, he had gotten 100 battle merits in the morning. With the previous one, it was already more than 200. He was going to take time to take a look at the exchange area. Anyway, he planned to stay here for these few days. As for the matter of suing Qi Xiao, he had already informed them. Once there was news, they would send someone to inform him. So there was no need to worry. In any case, he was going to kill Qi Xiao. He didn't care how the commandment sacred city judged. After saying that, Ling Xiao returned to his residence in the battle zone. There were many temporary residences in this battle zone that could be rented. Brother Ling, wait for me. The wolf watched Ling Xiao's battle these few days and felt his blood boil. Although he didn't care about the group of trash in the Sin Sacred City at all. But due to the relationship between the Saber Sacred City and the Sin Sacred City, he couldn't teach those dogs a lesson to his heart's content. Today, it could be said that Ling Xiao had helped him vent his anger. Brother Wolf wants to treat me to a meal? Ling Xiao smiled. That's not a problem. You helped me vent my anger. So what's wrong with treating you to a meal? The wolf laughed and left with Ling Xiao, leaving behind a group of Sin Sacred City martial artists with broken arms and legs. They were all furious. That was called anger. But what was the use of being angry? They couldn't beat Ling Xiao, so they couldn't beat him. Why didn't the two of you make a move? Duo got up from the ground and looked at Lu Mingho and Gao Xin unhappily. Are you an idiot? He was injured like that. If we made a move, would he agree? Do you think Kill the Wolf is a piece of wood? Lu Mingho said angrily. But how can we swallow this anger? Duo was fuming with rage. Today, he came to get revenge, and it was also ordered by the higher-ups of the Sin Sacred City. It would be too shameful if he went back with a loss of soldiers. Don't worry, we will help you vent your anger. But the condition is that you have to double the conditions we agreed on before. Gao Shen said coldly, You guys are robbing me. Duo said angrily, It's fine if you don't agree. You guys didn't see the strength Ling Xiao showed today. Is there a problem with us asking for these? Lu Mingho sneered. The two of them were willing to become the foreign aid of the Sin Sacred City. In addition to Lu Mingho's personal grudge, it was also because the Sin Sacred City promised to give them a generous reward. Even with their status, it would take them several months to obtain such a sum of money. Before the ranking battle began, they wanted to use these resources to strengthen themselves and prepare for the upcoming ranking battle. Now that the reward was doubled, the significance of this battle was even greater. Therefore, the two of them were definitely going to defeat Ling Xiao and make a fool of Ling Xiao. But they had to get more benefits. Chapter 43:56. Even for people like Lu Mingho and Gao Shen, it was very difficult to get some cultivation resources. But Sin Holy City had this ability. This was also the reason why they were willing to help. Okay, I'll go and contact the Holy City now. After all, this is a big matter. I can't make the decision. Duo lost to Ling Xiao twice, each time more miserable than the last. He definitely had to get back his face. So he had to win over Lu Mingho and Gao Shen. Even if the other party asked for an exorbitant price, it didn't matter. After the report, the upper echelons of the Holy City agreed to double the reward for Lu Mingho and Gao Shen. But there was also a requirement, which was that they had to win. If they lost, then they didn't need to think about any reward. The two of them agreed readily. They had been observing Ling Xiao's battle for a long time these days. They confirmed Ling Xiao's strength. So they were confident. In the afternoon, Ling Xiao still came to the battle area for a random battle. The conditions were still the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. Brother Ling, be careful that Lu Mingho and Gao Shen are both watching you. Be careful when you meet them. Although Lu Mingho's cultivation was the same as Black Fang's, his battle power was much higher than Black Fang's. As for Gao Shen, I advise you to give up if you meet him. That guy is a martial arts maniac. He's very strong. Before going on stage, Kill the Wolf warned. Brother Wolf still believes in me. Don't worry, since I dared to choose the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of alchemy, I'm confident. I'm confident. Ling Xiao didn't want to meet Gao Shen at this stage. After all, if he met Gao Shen, it was very likely that he would have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But he wasn't afraid of Lu Mingho. Even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he still had a way to win. In the afternoon, there seemed to be even more people watching Ling Xiao's battle. There was news that Lu Mingho, the 9th Holy Sun, and Gao Shen, the 8th Holy Sun, were preparing to fight Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been in the limelight in Xinwu's sacred city recently. In just 3 days, he had already increased his winning streak to nearly 200 matches. This was simply terrifying. He was even more terrifying than Valkyrie Zhao Shui. Although Zhao Shui had won 10,000 matches in a row, she only fought 10 matches a day on average. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was terrifying. Other than the first day of warm-ups, he had only fought 2 matches. On the second day, he won 100 matches. From the third day until now, the number of matches had basically reached 100. At the beginning of the afternoon, the opponents Ling Xiao encountered were all ordinary early-stage extreme realm of Dan martial artists. It wasn't satisfying at all. However, there were still some gains, just not as great as before. After more than 10 rounds, they won all of them again. Just as he was about to lock down his opponent's cultivation level to the middle stage of the extreme core realm, he had drawn an interesting opponent. This man was Lu Mingho. He was ranked 9th among the 10 saints. Lu Mingho had arrived early in the morning. He wanted to fight with Jiang Chen, but after fighting with those warriors from the sacred city, he went back to rest. They didn't fight, but now they finally met. Fine, in the end, the 10 Holy Sun are just my Ling Xiao's stepping stones. Ling Xiao smiled. This Lu Mingho was the last early-stage extreme core realm warrior. He would challenge. Ling Xiao, I have to congratulate you. You're able to continuously defeat early-stage extreme core warriors with just an early heavenly core cultivation level. If you can defeat me, then I can be sure of one thing. No one below the early stage of the extreme core realm will be your match. At that time, you'll become the tyrant of this battle zone. On the arena, Lu Mingho looked at Ling Xiao and said with a light smile on his face. When facing Ling Xiao, this man didn't show any signs of nervousness or fear. Perhaps in his eyes, Ling Xiao could only be a defeated opponent in the end. That's why he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously. You're at the same cultivation level as Black Fang, although it's rumored that you're stronger than him in terms of combat strength. But in my opinion, Black Fang, who is the door of all evil, isn't any weaker than you. Are you sure you want to continue? Once this battle is over, you won't be able to live up to your title as the 9th-ranked Holy Sun. Ling Xiao said with a light smile on his face. Black Fang has the sword of slaughter and the door of all evil, but he's still no match for you. This really surprised me. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have come here to challenge you, but I just can't stand the arrogance of the younger generation. Besides, if Black Demon Fang has a treasure, why can't I have one too? Lu Mingho was still smiling calmly. Perhaps he already had a way to defeat Ling Xiao. You're pretty confident. Look at your fighting spirit. You almost scared me. But you've received benefits from the Holy City of Sin. so your words aren't convincing at all. You can just say that you want to take a gamble." Ling Xiao said with disdain. "All right, let's cut the crap. The audience can't wait any longer. Let's fight." Awesome. Whoosh. A dazzling sword light appeared. Lu Mingho was actually using a sword as well. And this sword was very unique. It was pure white, as if it was carved out of ice. It emitted an endless chill that made people shiver. Another divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although it's the lowest grade among the divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapons, it's still the Sword of Slaughter. It's the same as the Sword of Slaughter. But the 10 Holy Sun sure are rich. Looking at his opponent's sword, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He estimated that each of the 10 Holy Sun had a divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although the grade might not be the same, the grade should be about the same. As Lu Mingho channeled his true essence, the chill on the sword in his hand became heavier and heavier, as if it was going to envelop the entire battlefield. Ling Xiao could even vaguely see an ice phoenix flying out of it. This sword is called the Ice Phoenix Sword. It's made from the fossil of the primordial ice phoenix. It's even stronger than Black Fang's Sword of Slaughter. The Ice Phoenix Sword can absorb the Ice Phoenix's aura and instantly freeze a martial artist's bloodline. Even if an ultimate core realm expert is hit, their blood will instantly coagulate. So, let me remind you, it's better to surrender quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer physical pain and lose your life in the end. Lu Mingho was a shrewd guy. It would be best if he could win without a fight. That was why he introduced his Ice Phoenix sword so clearly. It was to make Ling Xiao surrender. After all, the condition that the people from the holy city of Sin gave him was to defeat Ling Xiao. It was not a problem for Ling Xiao to surrender voluntarily. However, Lu Mingho was destined to be disappointed. How could Ling Xiao be the kind of person who would surrender so easily? He stood there with the Sword of Slaughter in his hand and smiled faintly. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's make our move. Scaring people won't work on me." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already transformed into the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul. "Don't you have ice chi? Then I want to see if your cold chi is stronger or if my cold chi is stronger." After all, his Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation was not for fun. Moreover, the colder the space, the stronger the combat power of his transformation. Chapter 43:57. Kill. Lu Mingho didn't care about Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. On the contrary, Ling Xiao chose to transform because he was afraid of him. What was there to be afraid of? The Ice Phoenix sword in his hand shook, and a cold sword aura pierced through the air. Like an ice phoenix descending to the world, it pounced over. Many ice flowers condensed in the air, and it looked quite beautiful. But at the same time, it was also very scary. On the arena, ice shards formed, and the ground seemed to have turned into ice. Interesting. Ling Xiao could feel a gust of cold air coming at him. He tried to activate his true essence, but the elements around him seemed to have been frozen. He couldn't absorb it, although he could block the cold air from entering his body with the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. But the cold air of the Ice Phoenix sword was a little strange. It seemed to have penetrated the sword intent, and it could even freeze one's fighting spirit and fighting spirit. But even so, he had nothing to be afraid of. The shadow of the Frost Divine Dragon appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and roared, and the terrifying cold air was sucked in by the Frost Divine Dragon. "Are you the only one who knows how to use the cold air?" Ling Xiao sneered, and a divine dragon behind him broke through the air like an ice crystal sculpture. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Lu Mingho. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat his opponent with the fighting style that his opponent was best at. Only then would it be valuable. Otherwise, if he won too easily, wouldn't it be boring? Of course, more importantly, it wouldn't be of much help to him. Ling Xiao wanted to see what other trump cards Lu Mingho had. He really wanted to use all his trump cards, which would be more helpful to him. Since he had agreed to fight with Lu Mingho, he had to gain something. Humph, do you think you can win with this method? Lu Mingho sneered, and then he drew a sword flower. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared behind him. This guy's martial soul was the Yin thunder that many warriors dreamed of. The Yin thunder landed, and it was as cold as the ice of hell. It complemented the Ice Phoenix sword, and its power was even more terrifying. Ice Phoenix dance, Yin thunder marrow. Bang! With a loud bang, the black Yin lightning merged into the sword energy of the Ice Phoenix sword. It crashed into Ling Xiao's dragon shadow. The dragon shadow howled in pain upon being hit, and actually retreated back into Ling Xiao's body. Not only that, but the black Yin thunder also completely enveloped Ling Xiao. It formed a cage that was intertwined with Yin thunder, although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in an instant. However, this Yin thunder was extremely terrifying. It could continuously weaken the opponent's strength. It could even corrode the opponent's body. The opponent had no choice but to be defeated. Ling Xiao, you underestimate the 10th Holy Sun. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Black Fong? For example, Black Fong had been careless in the previous battle. If he really uses his full strength right from the start, you won't be his match at all. After gaining the upper hand, Lu Mingho gradually became arrogant. He smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao in the Yin Thunder Purgatory. He didn't intend to show any mercy. Ice Phoenix feather-shattering strike. He stabbed the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand again. It was as if an Ice Phoenix was flapping its wings. Countless ice spikes flew out, penetrating the Yin Thunder Purgatory and attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Lu Mingho's strength was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of the Dan realm. If his demonic black tortoise body hadn't been cultivated to the high 9th level of the Emperor realm, he would have been seriously injured. Even now, his body was still being attacked by the coldness, which was quite uncomfortable. With such an amazing treasure, coupled with his own martial soul, the power exerted was indeed amazing, especially when Lu Mingho had already imprisoned him with the Yin Thunder Purgatory, but he could still attack from the outside. His attack wasn't weakened by the Yin Thunder Purgatory at all. It was really amazing. Ling Xiao, now you understand. What do you mean by being the 10th Holy Sun? You've been trapped in the Yin Thunder Purgatory by me. Even if you force your way out, you'll have to consume a lot of vital essence. In the end, you still can't escape defeat. It's not too late to admit defeat. You and I don't have any deep hatred. Kneel down and apologize, and I may let you go and not let you make a fool of yourself. Lu Mingho sneered as he attacked. Below the stage, Kill the Wolf was gnashing his teeth in anger. Lu Mingho, you dare to hurt him, I'll kill you. Brother Wolf, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. This is a fair battle, but Ling Xiao refused to surrender. It's not right for you to vent your hatred on Lu Mingho. Gao Shen frowned. I don't care if he's right or not. He can't hurt my brother. Look at his smug face. He even dares to make Ling Xiao kneel. I'll kill him later. Kill the Wolf snorted coldly. Only now did Gao Shen understand that the relationship between Kill the Wolf and Ling Xiao was definitely not a simple friendship. It seemed to be on a deeper level. Brother Wolf, why are you so agitated? How can I lose to such a small trick? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice came from the stage. Good boy, you really want to break this Yin Thunder Purgatory? Good. Since that's the case, I don't need to hold back. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Lu Mingho sneered. The reason why he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao after attacking for so long was because he could only lightly injure Ling Xiao. It was mainly because the Yin Thunder Purgatory had taken away a lot of his true essence, causing his attacks to become a little weak. Since his opponent wanted to break the Yin Thunder Purgatory, he was happy to see it happen, because if his opponent wanted to break the Yin Thunder Purgatory, he would have to consume almost all of his true essence. This was tantamount to admitting defeat. This time, Ling Xiao is finished. Yes, even if he breaks the Yin Thunder Purgatory, his true essence will be severely depleted and he will be defeated. I didn't expect this. Lu Mingho is really worthy of being one of the 10 Holy Sun. The martial soul combined with the Ice Phoenix Sword is actually so powerful. This time, even if Ling Xiao has 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix Sword shouldn't be the only treasure on Lu Mingho. Ling Xiao was too careless at the beginning and didn't display his true strength at all. In the end, it's the previous winning streak that made him a little arrogant. That's right, young people should suffer some setbacks. I think it's not just a setback. Although Lu Mingho doesn't dare to kill him, he can still cripple his physical body. Everyone discussed animatedly. They all felt that Ling Xiao was doomed this time. Fortunately, this was the battle area of Divine Martial Sacred City, and not outside. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably die. Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly, suddenly a loud sound was heard. Everyone saw a terrifying energy suddenly erupt from the Yin Thunder Purgatory on the stage. It was like a thunderbolt. It directly blew up the Yin Thunder Purgatory. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion even forced Lu Mingho to retreat dozens of meters away. The impact of the impact caused the defensive wall to constantly tremble. Chapter 43:58. With a rumbling sound, Ling Xiao escaped from the Yin Thunder Purgatory. The terrifying impact sent Lu Mingho flying. But this was nothing after all. The moment Lu Mingho flew out, his eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion. Then, the Ice Phoenix Sword in his hand flew out. When the Ice Phoenix Sword flew out of his hand, it was as if the Ice Phoenix had been reborn, blooming with an extremely resplendent light. It released a large amount of gloomy and austere cold air. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao was exhausted to completely defeat Ling Xiao. When Lu Mingho stabilized his body, he stepped on the ground and pounced over. As he rushed over, he took out a rope. This rope was like a python, but it was a little thin. He silently chanted an incantation, and the rope tore through the air. Its speed was actually a bit faster than the Ice Phoenix Sword. It was as if a slender python was flying towards the sky. This rope was another treasure on Lu Mingho's body. It was called Python Rope. The name didn't sound like much, but this thing was incomparably powerful. Once it touched the opponent's body, it could instantly wrap around them. Then, under the control of the owner, it could be loosened or tightened. If the opponent tried to break free, it would only make the python rope even tighter. It would even strangle the person's internal organs out. It was quite terrifying. This thing used to be used to interrogate prisoners. If the prisoners didn't obey or didn't answer questions honestly, then they would suffer. It was enough to make you wish you were dead. This was also a divine, heavenly king artifact level treasure. Although it was of a low level, it didn't hinder its miraculous effects. Firstly, it couldn't be used for defense, and secondly, it couldn't be used to directly kill the enemy. However, it was an incredible treasure that could often catch the enemy off guard in battle. Of course, no matter what treasure it was, it had to be unexpected. Otherwise, no matter how good it was, once it was blocked, it would be meaningless. Lu Mingho's combat experience was indeed more than Black Fong's, and his combat skills were also stronger. He didn't directly use the python rope, but instead flew out the Ice Phoenix sword as a cover. When Ling Zhao's attention was focused on the Ice Phoenix sword's attack, he could seize the opportunity to use the python rope to control Ling Zhao. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to make Ling Zhao kneel and surrender. Lu Mingho was certain that Ling Zhao would not be able to block his attack. After breaking through the Yin Thunder Purgatory, how much true essence did Ling Zhao have left? Wasn't he still at his mercy? Lu Mingho was not the only one who thought so. Many of the martial artists in the audience also thought so. From the looks of it, Lu Mingho is definitely going to win. That's right. Lu Mingho is indeed worthy of being ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Even though that Ling Zhao once defeated Black Fang, he's still not strong enough to deal with him. That's right. Not only is Lu Mingho's cultivation higher than his, the 2 treasures in his hands are also very miraculous. Ling Zhao doesn't have any treasures, so he's naturally no match for them. Everyone was talking. Suddenly, the situation on the field changed. That's not right. Ling Zhao still has true essence, and I don't see any signs of exhaustion at all. What the hell? Just how abundant is the true essence in his body? No one expected that Ling Zhao would not be dispirited at all after breaking through the Yin Thunder Purgatory. It was truly shocking. While everyone was still in shock, the slaughter sword in Ling Zhao's right hand suddenly released a terrifying sword intent. 5 ferocious beast gods roared as they charged forward. They easily sent the Ice Phoenix sword flying. At the same time, they blasted toward Lu Mingho. His left hand directly displayed the Great Palm Seal. He pressed the python rope to the ground and wiped away the soul imprint inside. Boom! The terrifying power of the 5th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique crashed into the groggy Lu Mingho. Because of the Yin Thunder Purgatory, Lu Mingho had consumed a lot of true essence. This time, because the soul imprint on the python rope was wiped away, he became groggy. Unable to block such a powerful attack, he was sent flying out of the arena. He spat out mouthfuls of blood miserably and could not stand up at all. How did this happen? Lu Mingho did not understand why he had lost at all. Logically speaking, everything was under his control. Unfortunately, he did not understand that Ling Zhao was a monster. The total amount of true essence and potential in his body had already reached the total amount of a divine physique echelon cultivator. Purely in terms of quantity, he was not afraid of anyone. After winning this battle, the energy in Ling Zhao's cultivation increased again, reaching about 50%. It seemed that fighting with an expert was indeed a fast way to increase one's strength. I don't mind taking these 2 treasures. Ling Zhao smiled faintly and wiped away the soul imprint on the Ice Phoenix sword. Normally, he would not take away his opponent's items. After fighting 200 battles, he only took Black Fang's slaughter sword and Lu Mingho's 2 treasures. It was not because of anything else, but because these 2 fellows had impure motives to begin with. Since he could not kill them, he should at least collect some interest. Ling Zhao, do you really want to offend the Divine Sword Saint City? Lu Mingho gritted his teeth and roared. I already have children in the Sin Saint City, so why can't I offend the Divine Sword Saint City? Ling Zhao smiled disdainfully. Sooner or later, the 3,000 holy cities would be under his feet. What did he have to fear? Good. Very good. Just you wait. Lu Mingho was helped away by someone, and he was furious. Brother Ling, you're really impressive. You defeated 2 Holy Sun. Although they were ranked at the bottom, it's still very impressive. Kill the Wolf laughed loudly when he saw Ling Zhao walk down. Among the 10 Holy Sun, the top 6 are the key. I think I can still defeat the other 4. Ling Xiao knew very well that this was not something to be proud of. After defeating Lu Mingho, he rested for a while. He wanted to learn from the battle with Lu Mingho. Half an hour later, the battle continued. Gao Shen had been waiting there. But the problem was that Ling Xiao did not encounter Gao Shen in more than 10 battles. He did not know what principle this random pairing was based on. But if he did not encounter him, then so be it. To be honest, it was not easy for Ling Xiao to defeat Gao Shen with his current strength, unless he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. It was not a good thing to expose the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit on such an occasion, so he was very glad about this result. Gao Shen was a little depressed. He had seen Ling Xiao defeat Lu Mingho. He still wanted to fight for the reputation of the 10 Holy Sons, who knew that he would not encounter him. There were a lot of battles today, and he had accumulated more battle merits. So Ling Xiao decided to go to the exchange area. If there were suitable martial arts skills, he could learn them. Of course, if there were treasures, it would be good to have more skills. Seeing the treasures on Black Demon Fong and Lu Mingho's bodies, he also had this thought. Kill the Wolf escorted Ling Xiao all the way to the exchange area. Although Ling Xiao said that he did not need to escort him, he was still worried. Chapter 43:59. Kill the Wolf wanted to escort Ling Xiao to the exchange area. According to him, Ling Xiao had offended the sacred city of Sin and the sacred city of Swords. There would definitely be many people who wanted to take Ling Xiao's life. The exchange area was different from the battle zone. In the battle zone, there was no way to fight in private, although the exchange area also stipulated that private fights were not allowed. As long as they were not discovered, there was no problem. The number of warriors who were killed here was not just 1 or 2. Not all cases would be investigated. If an ordinary warrior died, then so be it. Almost no one would care about it, unless you had a deep background. In that case, the sacred city of discipline would definitely strictly investigate if you died. This is the exchange area, because it's a tower-shaped building. It's also called the Exchange Tower. Not long after, the two had arrived at the exchange area. Kill the Wolf pointed to a towering tower in front of them and said. Ling Xiao looked up. The exchange tower was so tall that he could not see the end of it. It was so tall that it reached the clouds. He did not know how many things were stored in it. It was so tall. The tower was very simple. Just by standing outside, one could feel a strange aura coming from it. It was tempting people to go in and investigate. Well, now that we're here, no one should dare to make a move. I'm going to the battle zone. I've only been watching you fight these few days. I haven't fought much. It's good to have some fun. Kill the Wolf smiled and turned to leave. After sending off Kill the Wolf, Ling Xiao stepped into the first floor of the exchange tower. The first floor was huge. There were no martial skills or treasures stored. It was more like an office hall. It was just that the place was very big. It probably covered more than 10,000 acres. Due to Ling Xiao's recent rise in fame in the war zone, he attracted a lot of attention when he arrived here. However, he had long been used to the feeling of being noticed and did not care. Young master, there's news over there. Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Jiang Nan rushing over. Ling Xiao led her to a secluded place. Jiang Nan, are you talking about the complaint? In his opinion, Jiang Nan should have come here personally to find him for this matter. There was no need to mobilize so many people for other things. That's right. It's about the complaint. Jiang Nan nodded, although the Commandment Sacred City hasn't made a clear statement yet. However, I heard from some of my friends that Scarlet Sun Sacred City is preparing to make a move on you. Attack me? Ling Xiao was stunned. No way. Just because of the lawsuit against Qi Xiao? It's precisely because of this that even though Crimson Sun Holy City is the leader of the 10 great holy cities, there's a sense of pettiness and vengeance in their bones. You actually dared to sue Qi Shao, which is equivalent to declaring war on Scarlet Sun Holy City. They won't let you off. Jiangnan sighed. Looks like the Commandment Sacred City has leaked the information about me. It's just as we expected. Humph, Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He didn't have much hope for the Commandment Sacred City in the first place, but this way of handling things still made him very unhappy. The high and mighty image of the Commandment Sacred City fell a lot in his heart. Jiangnan, you don't have to worry about me. Go back and tell Qihua and Qinglian that they must protect Fighting Soul Sacred City. I'm very safe here. Ling Xiao really had nothing to fear. Unless the Commandment Sacred City's Law Master personally came out, who else could be his opponent? Don't forget that his Troll Demon King was a great killing machine. Got it. Jiangnan nodded and left. Ling Xiao also went to the registration office. The person in charge of the registration office was actually a law disciple of the Commandment Sacred City. Ling Xiao also noticed that there were a few very powerful auras in the exchange tower. Commandment Knights? He didn't expect the Commandment Sacred City to place so much importance on this place, sending at least 13 Commandment Knights to stay here. In addition to this, there was also a very terrifying aura. Although it was vague, Ling Xiao still felt it. That should be the Tower Master of the Exchange Tower. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It was said that the Tower Master was an expert on the same level as the Law Master. Perhaps this was the reason why no one dared to cause trouble here. You're Ling Xiao? The Ling Xiao who won 213 consecutive battles in the battle zone. Seeing Ling Xiao's name, the law disciple in charge of the registration asked in surprise. Obviously, Ling Xiao had become a celebrity here. He had won 213 matches in a row, and all of his opponents had a much higher cultivation base than him. Even the Valkyrie Yang Shui couldn't achieve such a record. No wonder he was so excited. You flatter me. How do I exchange for martial arts techniques here? Ling Xiao asked. That's very simple. With the war merit points you've obtained, it shouldn't be a problem to exchange for a 9th-level Emperor martial art. Of course, you can also exchange for a divine, heavenly king artifact weapon. So you can go to the 9th floor. There will be what you want there. I'm your fan, so I can tell you a secret. The Exchange Tower has been established for tens of thousands of years. Many senior martial artists have cultivated and exchanged for martial arts techniques here. They might have left some good stuff in there. It all depends on whether you have the luck and the opportunity. The law disciple smiled. Thank you. Ling Xiao generally had a good attitude towards these people who were on good terms with him. There's one more thing you have to remember. Treasures and weapons exchanged with war merit points can be taken away. But martial arts techniques can't be taken out. You can only memorize and comprehend them here. As for how long you have to spend, there's no limit. It doesn't matter if you don't go out for the rest of your life. Remember, with your war merit points, you can only choose one martial arts technique. If you want to memorize and look at other things, it's against the rules. You'll be permanently expelled from the Exchange Tower and can never enter again. This law disciple was indeed Ling Xiao's fan. He explained the matter in detail because he didn't want Ling Xiao to violate the rules. Thank you for your guidance. Ling Xiao smiled and walked upstairs. There was no need for anything like a waste tag here. Once you registered, your data would be entered into the system. No matter how long you stayed inside and what you did, you wouldn't be able to escape the Dharma Eyes here. The Dharma Eyes were a monitoring system. It could monitor every corner of the Exchange Tower. It was a very powerful and convenient thing. This was also the reason why the law disciple didn't let Ling Xiao violate the rules. It was because he couldn't escape the surveillance. From the first floor to the 9th floor, he could directly go through the elevator. He just had to choose the floor. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the other floors, so he went through the elevator and came directly to the entrance of the 9th floor. This floor was at least 100 meters high. The 9th floor also reached a height of 900 meters. No wonder when looking up from below, it felt like it was towering into the clouds. The 9th floor was also very big. Although it wasn't as big as the first floor, it was still so big that it made people doubt their life. Chapter 43:60. There were also apprentices working on the 9th floor. What they had to do was just some chores. As for the supervision, with the existence of the Dharma, they didn't have to worry about it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The commandment sacred city had almost become the rule maker of the 3,000 sacred cities. It seemed that the 3,000 sacred cities had to revolve around them. As expected of an organization directly under the Golden City, it was indeed different. But even so, Ling Xiao didn't take the commandment sacred cities seriously. After all, it was only the boss of the 3,000 sacred cities. In the Golden City, it was nothing at all. Ling Xiao's goal was to become the strongest in the Golden City. He even wanted to control the entire Golden Sky region in his hands. But this goal needed to be achieved slowly. For now, he could only take one step at a time and walk steadily. The moment the door of the 9th floor opened, Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura coming toward him. This aura almost made him lose his footing. He had to activate the Tyrant Martial Soul's aura to resist. As expected of the storage place of Emperor Rank 9 martial skills and Divine Heavenly Emperor artifacts, it was really extraordinary. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the 9th floor, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Somewhere, in a room responsible for controlling the Dharma, several commandment knights couldn't help but laugh. I just gave this kid a show of strength. I didn't expect him to withstand it. I heard that he has won more than 200 battles in a row in the battle zone. He's amazing. That's nothing. He has only joined the 3,000 sacred cities for 3 to 4 months, and now he has become the manager of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Not only that, according to reliable sources, he is now the great sacred lord of the Fighting Soul Alliance. He has a total of 11 sacred cities under him. Is this kid planning to rebel? Don't joke around. Even if the 3,000 sacred cities join forces, they can't be a match for the commandment sacred city. Not to mention there are only 11 of them. But I don't know what his relationship with Zhao Fengyun is. Zhao Fengyun actually gave up her position in the Golden City to help him in the Fighting Soul Sacred City? All right, let's not talk about these useless things. If he's not strong enough, he can't even step into the Golden City. Even the Golden Emperor can't support him. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Greetings, Tower Master." Everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground. The Pagoda Lord was in existence on the same level as the Lord of Law. Furthermore, they were also subordinate to the sacred commandment city. The disciplinary knight naturally didn't dare to act rashly in front of him. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside, nor did he care. At this moment, he had already entered the 9th level, the vast and boundless sea of books. There were countless items that recorded classic martial arts and cultivation methods. It was simply a dazzling lineup that could dazzle one's eyes. What a powerful formation. Yuan venerates were awakened by the array formation here. Yes, the array formation here is indeed very strong, but Master should be able to break it, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, I'm not an incompetent person. Yuan Venerate said proudly. He was not bragging. He was in existence from the immortal Lyceum Continent, the strongest alchemist and formation master in the entire mystic world. He was invincible. Master, this place is so big. I'm afraid it'll take years or even decades or even centuries to choose a cultivation method. Where would I have the time to cultivate? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. That's why it all depends on your luck. Everything in this world has the opportunity to make a choice. If you choose it, wouldn't it also choose you? Yuan Venerate smiled. Let's walk around casually first. That little disciple's words were very interesting. According to what he said, the 9th level might have unexpected benefits. Great minds think alike. Ling Xiao smiled and started walking around the 9th level. His speed was very fast. He didn't look at any cultivation methods or treasures. This was because he believed that as long as he encountered something suitable, he would definitely be able to sense it. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly stopped. The tyrant martial soul didn't react. However, the Yushin beast soul had a strong reaction. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. The Yushin beast soul was only a remnant soul now. Ling Xiao had only obtained the complete beast soul of the Yushin beast soul and the Yushin beast soul. Now, he actually felt the energy fluctuations of the Yushin beast soul. Did this mean that there was something related to the Yushin beast soul here, regardless of whether it was a remnant soul or a martial technique, mystic ability? They were all extremely attractive things. Your luck is really good, kid. It seems like some things have come to you. You can't hide from them. Yuan Venerate chuckled. Don't worry. Go ahead and get what you want. I have a way to deal with those Dharma eyes for you. Avoid them, but once you do, they will probably discover it. It won't be good if the disciplinary knights are lured over. Ling Xiao frowned. Idiot, do you think I don't know? Don't worry, I won't use such a stupid method. Yuan Venerate chuckled. All right, I'll leave everything to you, Master. I'll go get it. Ling Xiao understood Yuan Venerate's abilities very well, so he wasn't worried. Instead, he walked in the direction of the Yushin beast soul. Currently, he hadn't even fully grasped the bloodline power of the Yushin beast soul. He had only grasped 1% of it. The Yushin beast soul had yet to fuse. However, this didn't mean that he was eager to obtain the power of the rest of the beast souls. Even if he didn't use it himself, he definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, very terrifying opponents would definitely appear. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of such opponents because of the uniqueness of the tyrant's sky martial soul. However, once they appeared, it would be very troublesome. The smart thing to do would be to take all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods for himself. Quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes. Perhaps there would be strange changes when all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods were gathered. Ling Xiao's speed was very fast. However, because he had been like this before, he didn't attract the attention of others. If he suddenly slowed down, he would attract attention. After all, there were still dozens of martialists searching for secret manuals on the 9th level. In addition, there were hundreds of disciples working there. Some things couldn't be done too obviously. Otherwise, it would easily attract trouble. Even though he was very anxious deep down, come to think of it, this thing had been in the exchange tower for who knew how many years. It had only appeared when he had appeared here. This was the so-called opportunity. He actually didn't need to worry. Finally, he arrived at the place where the Yushin beast soul's reaction was the strongest. There was a book here. It looked very ordinary and didn't have any special features. It was a beginner level 9 Emperor class martial technique. Most people who could reach the 9th level were extreme core realm martialists. They simply didn't care about beginner level 9 Emperor class martial techniques. Therefore, although this book was clean, it was only because the disciples often cleaned it. No one had really flipped through it. Chapter 43:61. Master, are you ready? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. The Yuan Venerate nodded. Although they could see Ling Xiao's presence in the monitoring room, the Dharma, I only recorded what the Yuan Venerate wanted the disciplinary knights to see. Ling Xiao quickly flipped open the book and discovered a bookmark in it. The picture drawn on the bookmark was the golden rooster announcing dawn. The unbounded divine beast soul was a beast soul that could control time. In Ling Xiao's opinion, it was even more mysterious than the unbounded divine beast soul. It would be great if he could obtain it. Filled with excitement, he instantly stored the bookmark in the Mountain River realm. The reason he hadn't placed it in the Dongsheng Emperor ring was because he was afraid of being discovered. After all, the Tower Master here wasn't weak. After obtaining the bookmark, Ling Xiao put down the book and continued to pretend to search for something on the 9th level. The Yuan Venerate also went back to rest. Everything returned to normal. It seemed like Ling Xiao wasn't excited at all. However, deep down, he was already boiling with excitement. He was so happy that he wanted to sing a song. It seemed like he was continuing to search for martial techniques. In fact, his attention was focused on the bookmark. This was very likely related to the unbounded divine beast soul. He believed that if he could obtain the real unbounded divine beast soul, the benefits he would obtain wouldn't be something that 1 or 2 martial technique manuals could replace. Master, there seems to be a powerful array formation on this bookmark that I can't decipher. I will have to trouble you to help. Ling Xiao communicated with the Yuan Venerate via spiritual voice transmission. Don't worry, I can naturally help you. Fortunately, this array formation exists. Otherwise, the secret of this bookmark would have been discovered by others. I don't know who put this thing here. The Yuan Venerate was also very surprised. After all, he was from the immortal court continent. He didn't know much about what had happened in the Black Tortoise continent. However, he was certain that after the mystic world was divided into 13 continents, the Black Tortoise continent had its own history. The 12 beast gods were the pinnacle existences in this history. There were many legends about the 12 beast gods. However, one thing was certain, they were all dead. However, no one knew how he died. Perhaps this was the secret that Ling Xiao wanted to uncover. No matter who put it here, there must be a purpose. But with my current status, it's naturally impossible for me to know. After all, the entire 4 regions added together was only the size of a small oasis in the eternal desert. The secrets of the Black Tortoise continent are more than we imagined. Let's slowly figure out these things later. Ling Xiao was quite open-minded. In any case, as long as a martial artist's cultivation continued to increase, their lifespan would also continue to increase. In this way, it was very possible to uncover unknown secrets. All right. Yuan Venerates had also accepted this situation. He began to concentrate on cracking the array on the bookmark. This array was very small, but it was very complicated and precise. In addition, no one had destroyed it, so it was very well preserved. If he really wanted to destroy it, it would not be easy. While the Yuan Venerate was cracking the array formation, Ling Xiao was still strolling aimlessly on the 9th level. With this item, he wasn't interested in anything else. He was prepared to simply find a sword. He had the 10-sword talisman on him. If he could gather 10 divine tier heavenly king artifact weapons, he would be able to do it. The power of the 10-sword talisman could reach the power of a level 10 emperor grade martial technique. It would definitely become one of his bargaining chips. Of course, this was just a temporary thought. After the array formation was cracked, what could he obtain? Based on the surveillance footage, Ling Xiao's behavior was very normal. After all, most people would be dazzled after entering this place and frantically search for the martial techniques they wanted. However, most people would end up disappointed in the end. This kid doesn't seem special. He's still running around like a headless fly. In fact, any of the martial skills on the 9th floor could be chosen as a peak 9th Order Emperor level martial skill. If he's greedy, he'll only be wasting his time. In the monitoring room, the Tower Master was somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao. However, if he knew that Ling Xiao had obtained something that everyone in the Black Tortoise Continent dreamed of on the 9th level, she wondered how he would feel about this. The array formation has been cracked. Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt an ancient and desolate feeling rising in his mountain river realm. In the tyrannical universe, the constellation that represented Yu Shin became more real. This pressure was exactly the same as when he had first come into contact with the Sun Divine Beast Soul. To be honest, if it weren't for the tyrannical martial soul, Ling Xiao would have fainted from this terrifying aura. At that time, he might have been discovered. Sure enough, the tyrannical martial soul was the most powerful. It was indeed the evolved form of the mountain river martial soul used by the human monarch. The bookmark disappeared. A golden rooster appeared. This should still be one of the remnant souls of Yu Shun. It wasn't complete. Ling Xiao was really surprised. The 12 beast gods were so powerful that someone could actually split their souls into pieces. How strong was that person? There was a fragmented memory in this remnant soul. It was the scene of Yu Shin fighting with the enemy. Yu Shin's strength was unparalleled. Countless enemies couldn't do anything to him. But in the end, a sword light appeared. Yu Shin's memory was interrupted. Ling Xiao guessed that the sword light was the existence that had completely destroyed Yu Shin, but he didn't know who it was. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a tremor that he had never felt before. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough that he didn't faint. However, his forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. Fuse. Since it wasn't easy to obtain Yu Shin's remnant soul, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't waste it. He chose to fuse directly. With the Sun Divine Beast Soul, it was naturally easier to fuse with Yu Shun's Beast Soul. After all, Yu Shun was the leader of the 12 beast gods. As a result of the fusion, Ling Xiao's cultivation base easily broke through to the mid-heavenly core realm. His soul continued to grow stronger. On top of that, Yu Shun's godly position, regardless of whether it was his divine arts or skills, they had all become stronger. Yuan Venerate, I find it strange. Logically speaking, since the remnant souls of the 12 beast gods exist, their physical bodies shouldn't have decayed. Even if they are dead, their physical bodies should still exist. But why haven't I seen any of the physical bodies of the 12 beast gods until now? In fact, Ling Xiao had such a question for a long time. Souls could strengthen his soul. If he could obtain the physical bodies of the 12 beast gods, it would definitely strengthen his physical body. Since you have obtained Yu Shun's remnant soul here, why don't you go to the material exchange area on the other side to have a look? Are there any remains of the 12 beast gods? Chapter 43:62. The Yuan Venerate suddenly said, since someone left behind the remnant soul of the undying god, they might have left behind something else as well. That's right. Ling Xiao immediately scurried over to the materials area. It was still the 9th level. The materials here were extremely precious and were equivalent to a divine-grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Buzz. As soon as he arrived, his divine sun beast soul appeared. A sharp dagger emitted a faint luster. This dagger was a divine-grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although it wasn't bad, it didn't seem to have any special characteristics. Therefore, no one had taken it away after so long. There is an array formation protecting this dagger, so others can't see it. Only you, who possess the divine sun beast soul, can see it. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. Looks like we are really lucky today. Hurry up and take it. Ling Xiao nodded and reached out to take the dagger. However, the moment he touched it, the dagger disappeared. No, to be exact, it didn't disappear. Instead, it merged with Ling Xiao's right hand. However, there was no change this time. Ling Xiao's strength didn't increase. His physical body didn't improve either. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the dagger had merged with his arm. Strange. Ling Xiao shook his head. He didn't want to waste time on something he couldn't figure out. He had always believed that the reason he couldn't figure it out now was because his cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, the conditions weren't ripe. That dagger seems to be forged from the fingernails of the Divine Sun. The Divine Sun is known as the Divine Sun of Massacre. Its physical body is extremely strong. Its fingernails are extremely sharp weapons. Even a higher-grade weapon can't be compared to it, let alone a Heavenly Emperor weapon. You have really picked up a treasure, kid. Even I am a little jealous. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. But there isn't any change. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. You should be content. This kind of thing can only display its true effect under certain conditions. Even if there isn't any effect, you can still obtain it. If you get it, no one else will get it. This is also a great advantage. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. That's true. Ling Xiao sighed. Just as he was about to continue searching for what he wanted, 3 pieces of information automatically appeared in his mind. They weren't so much information as fragments of memories. One came from the Divine Sun Beast Soul. He had probably comprehended a new ability because he had merged with more divine Sun Beast Souls. Previously, Yu Shun had only given him one sacred art, which was Life Rewind. But this was already powerful enough. He didn't expect to get more than that. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain a new type of divine ability? This was simply a pleasant surprise. The first piece of information was a brand new ability, Divine Sun. Divine Sun was the Divine Beast Divine Sun? Beast. Thus, this ability was related Divine Sun was time. Cosmic Fist. This was a divine ability, and it could also be considered a martial skill. Cosmic was the time was time. This was a god. Just the thought of it was shocking. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and carefully comprehended this message. The method of using the Cosmic Fist was very simple. There was only one move in total, but this move alone was enough to make the enemy unable to resist. Like other divine suns, it could become stronger as the martial artist's cultivation level increased. There was almost no upper limit, at least in the Black Tortoise continent. The Cosmic Fist could change the flow of time within the range of the fist technique. If it was fast, it would be fast. If it was slow, it would be slow. This was similar to the fast and slow sword technique that Ling Xiao had comprehended before. But it was completely different. The fast and slow sword technique was just a sword intent. It affected the enemy's judgment and made them think that time had changed, using the illusion to win. The Cosmic Fist was a real change in time. Currently, Ling Xiao had just mastered the Cosmic Fist. After a punch was thrown out, the time could be changed by 3 seconds. It could be 3 seconds faster or 3 seconds slower. Within 3 seconds, it could change freely. As for the future, that was unknown. It could be imagined that it could become more and more powerful. Of course, such a heaven-defying divine sun naturally had a limit. But this limit wasn't high. It had a cooldown time of 1 minute. In other words, it couldn't be used continuously. Every time it was used, it consumed a lot of physical strength and true origin energy. Even so, it was still a divine sun technique. This kind of fist technique shouldn't be used repeatedly. It could be used as a trump card. It could be used suddenly when the enemy was unprepared. The other party simply couldn't guard against it. Amazing, really amazing. Kid, you seem very happy. You must have encountered something good, right? Yuan Venerate chuckled. Ling Xiao told Yuan Venerate about the cosmic fist. Yuan Venerate was one of his most trusted existences. He could even put his life in the hands of Yuan Venerate, let alone the cosmic fist. Yuan Venerate was stunned. Fortunately, this can only be used in the Black Tortoise continent. Otherwise, wouldn't you be defying the natural order? I have never heard of such a mystical martial technique before. Probably only the rulers of the mystic realm can use it. The second piece of information came from the sun god's fingernails. The remnant soul could bring divine sun techniques, but what could the physical body bring? Ling Xiao was really looking forward to it. He carefully received this information. He couldn't help but look extremely excited. Void-shattering finger. This was also a divine sun technique. It was also only one move. However, it didn't represent time. It represented space. Void represented space. Void-shattering was something that could pierce space. Void-shattering finger was a divine sun technique that could affect space laws. Oh my God, it can actually affect space and time. Void-shattering finger combined with the cosmic fist. I will be awesome in the future. Ling Xiao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. The void-shattering finger was the same as the cosmic fist and had a cooldown time limit. However, it was really comfortable to use it as a trump card. But why could the sun god control space laws? Ling Xiao had a question. However, Yuan Venerate's answer made him feel relieved. In the Black Tortoise continent, the sun god could not only dig holes anywhere, but he could also dig holes between different planes. Holes were things that could traverse space. Come to think of it, the sun god was really terrifying. In other words, he should be the king of sovereigns in the Black Tortoise continent. Because it was a divine sun technique, he didn't need to cultivate it. He learned it directly. Of course, the void-shattering finger wasn't that magical in the beginning. It could only allow Ling Xiao to launch strange attacks within a 3-meter radius. However, this was enough. Ling Xiao believed that with his combat experience and skills, he could definitely use the void-shattering finger perfectly. He looked at the third piece of information, which was also the last one. Whether it was the remnant soul of the young god or the sun god's fingernails, they all revealed the name of a place. Chaotic Sand Sea. Ling Xiao vaguely remembered that he seemed to have vaguely heard someone mention this place. It seemed to be Green Lotus Swordswoman who said it. Chapter 4363. Chaotic Sand Sea? Ling Xiao pondered these words carefully. He gradually recalled what Green Lotus Swordswoman had said. The Chaotic Sand Sea was located at the junction of the 4 great regions and the eternal desert. It was a land of freedom that was finally created through the efforts and sacrifices of the 4 great regions' senior cultivators. In the Chaotic Sand Sea, one could see all kinds of people. There was no imperial power or sect control there. It was a place where various forces competed. There were all kinds of people. It formed the largest trading market in the 4 great regions and 9 great realms. It was also the front line of the eternal desert. One could say that it was chaotic there. It could also be said that it was filled with the air of freedom. In short, if one didn't want to be restricted and was confident in one's strength, one could go there and take a look. One would definitely be able to obtain the most unexpected harvest. The Chaotic Sand Sea was also very large and was not inferior to the Golden Sky region. Therefore, it could accommodate a large number of people. It seemed that everyone in the 4 great regions and 9 great realms wanted to occupy it, but no one succeeded. The ancient rules determined that it belonged to all the cultivators of the 4 great regions and 9 great realms. No one could monopolize it. However, why was there such a message on the fingernail of the undying God? And the undying God, could it be that the person who left the bookmark and dagger here deliberately left it behind to guide him to the chaotic sand sea? Ling Xiao frowned. At present, this was the most likely possibility. Disciple, in my opinion, your guess is most likely correct. It is even possible to obtain the complete undying God beast soul in the chaotic sand sea, as well as the body of the undying God. The chaotic sand sea was only a small dot at the edge of the eternal desert. However, its existence was extremely special. If someone is guiding you there, you might as well try your luck. Anyway, your luck has always been good. Yuan Venerate also smiled. Ling Xiao nodded. A piece of the undying God's fingernail could allow him to comprehend the terrifying void-shattering finger. The remnant soul of the undying God had already allowed him to obtain life backtrack and cosmic light divine fist. What would happen if he obtained the complete body of the undying God and the undying God beast soul? Just thinking about it made him excited. Fortunately, no one knew about this yet. If they did, it would probably set off a bloodbath in the 4 great regions and 9 great realms. Although the souls of the 12 divine beasts were not as powerful as the sky tyrant martial soul, they were still top-notch existences in the black tortoise continent. Any martial artist would probably want to obtain that item. I must get these things. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Even if he left the black tortoise continent in the future, he could leave the souls of the 12 divine beasts as an inheritance to the powerhouses of the heavenly empire. To protect his own heavenly empire, the more powerful the heavenly empire was, the more powerful he would be. After all, the celestial empire corresponded to the martial spirit's mountain river world. Moreover, he cultivated the profound world body. This mysterious world body could not be cultivated on its own. It could only be improved by constantly strengthening the heavenly empire and expanding its territory. Why was he able to continuously challenge those of a higher level? The sealed world body was a hidden factor. This was where he was completely different from others. He was determined to get the good stuff. However, he wouldn't go there recklessly. With his current strength, heading to the chaotic sand ocean would only bring disgrace upon himself. In any case, he had already obtained Zishan's fingernails and Yushan's soul. Others wouldn't be able to get it. Therefore, there was no need to worry that the treasures in the chaotic desert ocean would be taken away by others. The chaotic sand ocean had existed for tens of thousands of years. If the treasures were so easy to find, they would have been snatched away long ago, and he wouldn't have had a chance. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Although his heart was filled with excitement, he wanted to get those good things as soon as possible. However, his rationality told him that he still had to deal with the matter at hand and improve his strength at the moment. At the very least, he had to wait until he stepped into the city of gold before going to the chaotic sand ocean. By then, he would already be considered a top disciple of the 4 regions and 9 realms. He shouldn't be bullied so easily. At this thought, he took a deep breath and exhaled. His mood gradually calmed down. You are becoming more and more mature, kid. Not bad. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Some things really can't be rushed. Otherwise, it's easy to make mistakes. Be steady. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, it's useless to force it. The Yuan Venerate had basically watched Ling Xiao gradually become stronger. He had also watched Ling Xiao grow step by step. Ling Xiao's drive had not diminished, and his blood was still boiling. However, he was much more mature and capable now. He wasn't lethargic or impulsive. Master, I'm blushing from your praise. Ling Xiao chuckled and casually picked a god-grade Heavenly Emperor weapon sword from the weapon rack. It was a relatively low-level item among the god-grade Heavenly Emperor weapons, similar to the life-killing sword and the Ice Phoenix sword. He wanted a better one, but there wasn't any here. Furthermore, this sword had cost him 210 battle merits. The items in the exchange tower were really expensive. He had worked so hard to win so many matches. He believed that no one here could do the same. Even Valkyrie Yang Shui could only win 10 matches a day at most. After all, a person's quintessential origin energy and physical strength were limited. However, Ling Xiao was different. His quintessential origin energy was enough to last more than 100 battles. As for his physical strength, it was much stronger than the average person's. If it really didn't work out, there were elixir pills to supplement it. Other people treated elixir pills as extremely precious. However, to him, elixir pills were just jelly beans. Holding the sword casually, Ling Xiao left the exchange tower. Naturally, no one would stop him at this time. The Dharma I had already confirmed what he had taken. The system had also recorded how many battle merits he had lost. There was no need to check at all. This kid searched crazily for so long just for this sword. Doesn't he already have the life-killing sword and the Ice Phoenix sword? In the monitoring room, a disciplined knight asked doubtfully, God knows what this kid is thinking. Maybe he doesn't care about a 9th rank Emperor class martial skill. Another person said, the best martial skill in Warsoul Sacred City is probably only a 9th rank Emperor class martial skill. How can he not care about it? Another person said, all right, don't talk about others behind their backs. If someone is willing to spend battle merits to exchange for a weapon, just watch. The Tower Master's eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. Obviously, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao had spent so much time just for this sword. Or, rather, there was something strange about this sword. However, he had seen that sword more than once and didn't find anything strange about it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. What could be special about an arrogant kid? After leaving the exchange tower, Ling Xiao returned to his residence. He didn't expect Jiang Nan to be waiting there. Holy Lord Jiang Nan, didn't you just leave? Why are you back? Could it be that something big has happened again? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask when he saw that Jiang Nan's expression wasn't too good. Jiang Nan's eyes seemed to be red. This made Ling Xiao even more surprised. Chapter 43-64. When Ling Xiao first came to Fighting Soul Sacred City, only Jiang Nan was willing to take care of him and take him in. Although he didn't say it, he was very grateful to Jiang Nan. Even if he had become the great sacred lord and was above Jiang Nan, he still wouldn't forget their old friendship. Jiang Nan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, gritted her teeth, and said, Great sacred lord, I didn't plan to tell you about this matter, because even Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Swordswoman can't solve it. I'm afraid you can't solve it either. But you're the great sacred lord after all, so I still have to report it. Speak. Ling Xiao frowned. If Azure Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't solve it, then this matter probably involved the sacred lords of the 10 sacred cities. It might even involve the Law Lord or Law Lord of Commandment's sacred city. But Jiang Nan probably didn't know that his trump card wasn't just Azure Lotus Scarlet Flame and Zhao Fengyun. If it really didn't work, he could ask Fire Lord to come out. My brother's family was killed. When Hinajiku and Zhan Long went to investigate, they were also seriously injured. Their bodies were destroyed. Their Naiden was seriously damaged. I'm afraid they can't save their lives. Jiang Nan gnashed her teeth as she said this. At that moment, Ling Xiao's killing intent surged out crazily. Jiang Nan's brother, Ling Xiao, didn't know him, so although he sympathized, he didn't feel anything. But Zhan Long and Hinajiku were friends who went through life and death. Ling Xiao was brought to fighting Soul Sacred City by Zhan Long. This senior brother of his had never despised him and had always helped him. Hinajiku also desperately helped him during the Great River Bandits incident. Although there were some stains on her, she was still a rare friend. These two people's bodies were destroyed. That's fine, but how could their Naiden be broken? Jiang Nen felt the terrible killing intent from Ling Xiao and couldn't help but shudder. Return to fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao was eager to see how Hinajiku and Zhan Long were doing. He was very glad that he was a pharmacist and an alchemist. His master was stronger in this aspect. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do. Back at Fighting Soul Sacred City, Ling Xiao checked on Hinajiku and Zhan Long's situation. It was really bad. It was almost to the point of being a lamp that had run out of oil. Master, what should we do? Ling Xiao could only seek help from a Yuan Venerate. How about this? I'll teach you a set of formations. Once it's set up, it can preserve their inner cores so that they won't break. Furthermore, he could continuously absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to increase his strength. However, in order to heal his inner core, he would need some precious herbs to refine a type of pill. These herbs were hard to find in the 3,000 holy cities. However, there might be some in the City of Gold, and there should be some in the chaotic Sand Sea. As he spoke, the Yuan Venerate sent a message to Ling Xiao's spirit realm. Ling Xiao did as he was told and finished setting up the formation. Then he turned to Jiang Nan and the others and said, "Listen up, this formation requires spirit stones to maintain. Basically, you only need to replenish it once a month, but don't forget, Jiang Nan, you'd better send someone to guard him. As for the rest, I will think of a way." "Can they still be saved?" Jiang Nan asked in surprise. "I can only say that there's still hope." Ling Xiao didn't dare to make any guarantees. After all, anything that hadn't happened yet was possible. "It's good that there's still hope. They became like this because of my brother. My brother's family was almost exterminated, and they risked their lives to save their infant child. This can be considered as continuing the bloodline of my brother's family. They can't die." Jiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Although her mood was still heavy, she wasn't as hopeless as before. "All right, can you tell me who did it now?" Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and asked. No matter who it was, he had to make the person pay the price for hurting Hinajiku and Zhan Long. Jiang Nan nodded. She said, "It was Qi Xiao who did it." "Qi Xiao, it's him again." Ling Xiao's face quickly darkened. Previously, Qi Xiao had killed people from War Soul Sacred City. He had gone to Discipline Sacred City to complain, but there had been no results. Qi Xiao had actually done such a thing again. "Is it revenge?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, it's revenge, and this guy didn't have any fear at all. Not only did he do it, but he also deliberately left behind a piece of memory metal." Jiang Nan said as she took out the memory metal. Ling Xiao touched the memory metal, and an image appeared. There were also some words. "If you don't immediately withdraw the complaint, this kind of tragedy will continue to happen." The one who said this was Qi Xiao. This person had a decent appearance, but who would have thought that he was a beast with a human face? Ling Xiao almost destroyed the memory metal in his anger. Fortunately, he managed to control it in the end. This thing was an important piece of evidence. Although Qi Xiao was obviously fearless, as long as this thing was preserved, it would be used against Qi Xiao. He carefully put it away. "Jiang Nan, let's go to Discipline Sacred City personally. Since the complaint didn't work, let's try it ourselves. If Discipline Sacred City still doesn't care about this, then don't blame me." Ling Xiao's mind was filled with resentment. He was just giving face to Discipline's Sacred City. If Discipline's sacred city was willing to deal with this matter fairly, there was no need to talk about it. According to Discipline's sacred city's rules, if someone killed someone and was found out, they would at least have their cultivation crippled. This Qi Shao was also an idiot. He had deliberately left behind the memory metal. Although he had nothing to fear, although he was fearless, leaving evidence behind, wasn't he afraid of getting himself into trouble? Could it be that Qi Shao thought that he could do whatever he wanted? This guy who only had a different surname from Ling Shao, what kind of powerful background did he have? Why was he so fearless? But it was useless to think about it now. He would know when he arrived. Discipline's sacred city was much more majestic than he had imagined. It was a huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see. A terrifying pressure was constantly emanating from his body. It was as if it was warning those who entered the city that Discipline's sacred city represented the rules, represented the law. Anyone who dared to disobey would be punished. Even the weakest guards in Discipline's sacred city was an early heavenly core warrior. They didn't stop Ling Shao, but when they saw Jiang Nan, a meaningful smile emerged on their faces. Perhaps they already knew that Jiang Nan would come and complain, but they knew what the result of complaining would be. It would be meaningless. Who was Qi Shao? He was the hope of the 3,000 saint cities. He was the #1 genius. He was the holy son of Scarlet Sun Saint City. He had a close relationship with the law lords of Discipline's sacred city. Almost every law lord had hugged him and taught him martial arts. Even the law lords were called grandpa by him. So, how could you possibly win a lawsuit against a man like this? Was it even possible? Of course, they didn't know that Ling Shao was just here to go through the motions. If he won the lawsuit, that would be for the best. If he couldn't win the lawsuit, then he would have to do things his own way. Not only did he want Qi Shao to pay the price, he also wanted Scarlet Sun Saint City to pay the price. He wanted everyone to understand that there was no benefit in offending Fighting Soul Sacred City. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 4365. Stepping into Commandment Sacred City, there were no commandment knights or preceptors. The ones in charge of receiving Ling Shao and Jiang Nan were only 12 Dharma apostles. These 12 Dharma apostles obviously knew what Ling Shao wanted to do. The corners of their eyes were full of contempt. They sat high up in the Dharma hall. They looked down at Ling Shao and Jiang Nan as if they were looking at criminals. One of the Dharma apostles said coldly, "May I know why the Holy Lord of War's Soul Sacred City has come to Commandment Sacred City this time?" Dharma apostle, are you asking the obvious? The complaint has been submitted here for a few days. Why have you been delaying and refusing to give a verdict? Ling Shao said coldly, "Shut up. Who do you think you are to talk to us? I'm asking your holy Lord, not you." One of the Dharma apostles roared. "Ha ha, how arrogant. Commandment Sacred City is in charge of the laws of the 3,000 holy cities. You, a mere Dharma apostle, dare to throw your weight around. Who do you think you are?" Ling Shao sneered. "I didn't bring Zhao Fengyan this time because I'm giving you face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Hearing Zhao Fengyan's name, the 12 Dharma apostles withered. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Sure enough, no matter where, the so-called laws were actually used to control the weak. A true powerhouse could completely ignore these things. This, Ling Shao, you don't have any evidence for your complaint. We have to investigate slowly. It's very inappropriate to disturb the holy sun of Red Sun Sacred City without investigating clearly. A Dharma apostle explained. His attitude was not as arrogant as before. Fine, you can investigate that matter slowly. But this Qi Shao that you're afraid of has done something else. He even left evidence directly. He's fearless. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, took out the memory medal, and released the image. The previous matter could be said to have no evidence, but for this matter, the evidence was conclusive. He really wanted to see what the people of Commandment Sacred City would do. Putting away the memory medal, Ling Xiao said coldly, "According to the rules of the 3,000 holy cities, killing an innocent person for no reason was a serious crime. At the very least, one's cultivation would be crippled. The disciples of War Soul Sacred City didn't attack Qi Shao, and even stepped into Scarlet Sun Sacred City without permission. But he came to my War Soul Sacred City's territory, killed my people, and seriously injured my disciples. What are you going to do?" Destroying Qi Zhao's cultivation was only the first step. Ling Xiao was not so kind. If he did not kill a dog like Qi Shao, he would not be satisfied. He did this for another reason, and that was to shake the position of the Sacred Commandment City. The Commandment Sacred City would definitely side with Qi Shao in this matter. This way, he could use this opportunity to stir up trouble and ruin the reputation of the Holy City of Discipline. Next, if he wanted to replace or even destroy the Sacred Commandment City, there would be no obstacles. Even the Golden City could not accuse him of any wrongdoing. After all, the Sacred Commandment City existed to uphold justice and uphold the rules. If it could not do that, its existence would lose its meaning. So in a sense, Ling Xiao actually hoped that the Sacred Commandment City would side with Qi Shao. Anyway, he did not expect the Sacred Commandment City to do anything to Qi Shao. So what if they destroyed his cultivation? There were too many ways to fake it. With Scarlet Sun Sacred City's ability, it would be easy to find a scapegoat. Sure enough, it was as he expected. Although they saw the evidence, the Dharma apostles were still prepared to side with Qi Shao. One of them smiled and said, "We still need to check this evidence to see if it is true. We will make a record of this matter and report it to the Commandment Knights and the Master of Law. You just need to leave the evidence and go back to wait for the news. The world is clear, and you will not be at a disadvantage." Ha! In the end, you still don't dare to touch Qi Shao, right? In that case, let someone who can make the decision, such as your Master of Law. Ling Xiao chuckled. He was not angry because he had already expected this. So he had made a corresponding plan. Not only did he want to ruin Scarlet Sun's Sacred City's reputation, but he also wanted to ruin the Sacred Commandment City's reputation. Qi Shao had given him such a big gift. How could he not make good use of it? We don't need to trouble the Master of Law at all for such a small matter. We can make the decision. You can rest assured that we will not be biased in dealing with this matter. Don't worry, leave the evidence. The Dharma apostles said. Jiang Nan had not said anything, but she also felt that Qi Shao had a close relationship with the Sacred Commandment City. It was simply a pipe dream for them to succeed in their lawsuit. This matter, it was better to find a way to solve it themselves. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, let's go. I'm afraid we won't be able to find justice here." Holy Lord Jiang Nan, please watch your words. One of the Dharma apostles said coldly, "Watch my words." So, the one who died was not your relative? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold. The one who came to complain is not us, but one of the 10 sacred cities. Your attitude will definitely not be like this. Who are you? Does Scarlet Sun Sacred City have dogs? Shut up. Don't think that you can be unscrupulous just because you have Zhao Fengyun behind you. Since you've already said so much, then let's be clear. One of them, who was obviously the Dharma Apostles' chief, said sternly, "Who is Qi Shao?" The holy son of Scarlet Sun's Sacred City, the number one person under the age of 100 in the 3,000 Sacred City. His father, the Sacred Lord of Scarlet Sun, is an existence at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. His uncle is one of the 12 masters of law of our sacred commandment city. The second master of law is also his relative. Even the master of law is his god-grandfather. What right do you have to fight with him? To put it bluntly, withdraw the lawsuit now and go back to be good people. You can still save your life. Otherwise, not only will you fail to sue, but you will also lose your lives. Even fighting Seoul's sacred city will be razed to the ground. Hee hee. Ling Xiao laughed again. Aren't you afraid that the people outside will know what you're saying? That will have a great impact on Commandment City's reputation. What a joke. Since you've said it, you won't be afraid. Do you think others will believe you? You're just a disciple of fighting Seoul's sacred city. Are they willing to believe in Commandment City or you? Don't you have any idea? The Dharma Apostles' chief sneered. That's true. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If that's the case, it seems that we've really come in vain today. Jiangnan, let's go back. Wait, leave the memory medal. That's key evidence. We need to examine it. There were guards at the door blocking Ling Xiao and Jiangnan's way. The Dharma Apostles' chief said coldly. Ling Xiao turned around and sneered. Such key evidence. I'm leaving it to you to destroy? Since you can't do anything to Qi Xiao, we won't see you anymore. But this evidence was preserved by the people of Fighting Seoul's sacred city with their lives. How can we give it to you? All of you are nothing but dogs raised by crimson firmament. Pinnacle Mobile Edition website. Chapter 43-66. Ling Xiao directly called the Dharma disciples Qi Zhao's dogs. How could these Dharma disciples accept this? The expressions of the 12 Dharma disciples instantly became cold. They stood up and stared at Ling Xiao with cold eyes. Do you think this is the Fighting Seoul Saint City? This is the Saint Commandment City. How dare you humiliate us like this? You're humiliating the Saint Commandment City. You want to die? Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see the group of Dharma disciples getting angry. He just smiled and said, "Oh, this is the Saint Commandment City. I thought this was a dog's den. Are you really not afraid of death?" The chief Dharma disciple asked coldly. "Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? However, to put it bluntly, the few of you really can't kill me. The strongest among you is only a perfect heavenly core warrior. As long as you're not deaf or blind, you should know that I defeated 18 perfect heavenly core warriors at the same time in the divine martial saint city. Give yourself some face. Don't embarrass yourself." Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. "Jiangnan, let's go." After saying that, he turned around and left. None of the 12 Dharma disciples dared to stop him. Ling Xiao's notoriety had spread throughout the divine martial saint city. If they really attacked, they had no idea what would happen. "Chief, are we just going to let him go like this?" Seeing Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan leaving, one of the Dharma disciples gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even put us in his eyes. What else can we do? Do we really attack him here? We don't have to be afraid of him. But don't forget, he has the support of Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Lady Azure Lotus, and Zhao Feng Yun. Those three are all Dharma Lords, and they are all top Dharma Lords. Can we afford to offend them?" The chief's expression didn't look good either. He didn't want to say that he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, because that would be too embarrassing. That's why he used Ling Xiao's support as a cover. In this way, letting Ling Xiao go wouldn't be too embarrassing. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Perhaps dealing with Ling Xiao wasn't that difficult, but thinking about the consequences, it was somewhat troublesome. This kind of troublesome matter should be left to the higher-ups. In any case, they couldn't afford to offend anyone. On the other side, Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan left the sacred commandment city and looked back at the solemn city. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. "Young master, Are we going to let Qi Xiao off just like that? Jiang then felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Her younger brother's entire family had been killed, leaving behind only a baby in swaddling clothes. If it weren't for Hanajuku and John Long, he would have died. If Qi Xiao couldn't be punished, then where was the justice? Where was the justice? Heavenly Tao. Justice? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "These things don't depend on other people's charity. If we want to get it, we have to fight for it ourselves. Scarlet Sun Holy City? Hee, if I don't do anything, do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a pushover?" He had the great Devil King and Zhao Fengyun as his powerful subordinate. Even if Scarlet Sun Holy City was very strong, in his eyes, it was just SOSO. This time, he would definitely make them pay the price. "Young master, what are you going to do?" Jiangnan asked. "Let's go back to War Soul Sacred City first. I already have a plan in mind. This time, Ling Xiao must kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he want Scarlet Sun Holy City to pay the price, but he also wanted to ruin Commandment City's reputation. So he had to plan well. Understood. Jiangnan trusted Ling Xiao very much, so she would naturally do whatever Ling Xiao said. After all, she couldn't do anything by herself. Facing the high and mighty Scarlet Sun, Holy City and Commandment City, what he could do was too limited. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had 3 great core shatter powerhouses behind him, and 2 of these 3 still held very important positions in Golden City. Compared to Golden City, Scarlet Sun, Holy City, and Commandment City were nothing. With Ling Xiao handling this matter, there would definitely be no problem. After Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan left Commandment City, the first seat of the Dharma Apostles reported this matter to the Commandment Knight. When the first seat heard this, he just sneered casually. Is such a small matter worth the trouble of the Commandment Knight? So what if Qi Xiao really did that? So what if they have evidence? A small War Soul Sacred City is not even worth mentioning among the 3,000 holy cities. How can it compare to Scarlet Sun Holy City? Qihua and Qinglian have no right to interfere with the 3,000 holy cities' matters. Otherwise, they would be violating the Golden City's rules. Zhao Fengyun alone can't defeat Scarlet Sun Holy City. I'm afraid you don't know that the Sacred Lord of Scarlet Sun Holy City just broke through to the Divine Body realm not long ago. Right now, in our 3,000 holy cities, other than the Dharma Apostles, he is the strongest existence. Even if Qihua and Qinglian really disregard the rules and attack, they won't be a match for Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun, let alone Zhao Fengyun alone. I see. The first seat of the Dharma Apostles was shocked. They didn't expect Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun to be so terrifying. There's no need to report this matter. The Commandment Knights are all in seclusion. I'll go to Scarlet Sun, Holy City personally and report this matter. I'll decide what to do after I meet Sacred Lord Scarlet Sunday, the first seat knight said lightly. After that, he flew into the sky. Commandment Sacred City was already very close to Scarlet Sun Holy City. With the teleportation portal, they were even closer. A few minutes later, the first Commandment Knight appeared in Scarlet Sun Holy City. He knelt in the main hall. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun and Mistress Scarlet Sun were sitting on top. They were Qi Zhao's parents. Scarlet Sun Holy City was built very majestically. The whole building was built with red as the foundation. It showed the power of Scarlet Sunday, that's it. Sacred Lord. Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan didn't know what's good for them and brought the memory medal to Commandment Sacred City to complain. However, we've already suppressed it. The high and mighty Commandment Knight was now like a dog in front of Sacred Lord Scarlet Sunday. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun waved casually and said, "First seat knight, stand up and speak." We've been friends for many years. There's no need to be so polite. I've already heard about this from Xiao. Didn't he just casually kill a few trash from War Soul's sacred city? If he killed them, then so be it. If War Soul's sacred city didn't say anything, then we'd be at peace. However, they dared to complain. Xiao taught them a lesson. As for the evidence, it was left by Xiao. It was to tell them who was the master of the 3,000 sacred cities. Do ants think they can compete with a fierce tiger? These words were spoken without any fear at all. In his eyes, other people's lives were not lives at all. However, his son's life was incomparably precious. Commandment Sacred City is really something. Such people don't know what's good for them. Just directly detain them in the sacred city. How dare you let them go? If they talk nonsense outside, won't it be a disgrace to Scarlet Sun Holy City's reputation? Won't it affect my son's future? Mistress Scarlet Sun also spoke. No one else could be so protective of their son. It was clearly her son's fault, but he blamed it on others. Chapter 43:67. Don't blame them. After all, Ling Xiao has a good relationship with ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Xiao Fengyun. Without the law master around, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. Sacred Leader Scarlet Sun waved his hand and said, "How about this? You don't have to care about this. In 2 days, I will personally go to Fighting Soul Sacred City. This seat wants to see just how big this Ling Xiao's guts are. Humph, how dare he sue my son?" The first knight was secretly shocked. This was the power of a divine body realm powerhouse. He didn't care about the 3 people from the Golden City at all. After returning to Fighting Soul Sacred City, Ling Xiao gave an order that the martial artists in Fighting Soul Sacred City were not allowed to go out. They were to stay in the city and cultivate. This was just in case. He had already set up a defensive formation in Fighting Soul Sacred City. Even if a divine body realm powerhouse came, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. He wasn't afraid, but most of the disciples in Fighting Soul Sacred City were weaker. It was better for them to cultivate steadily. After that, he told them about Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City. He used this to stimulate the anger and motivation of the disciples in Fighting Soul Sacred City. If others dared to bully you like this, it was because they thought you were weak. Don't underestimate this method of provocation. This could make the disciples in Fighting Soul Sacred City cultivate with all their might. Moreover, they would unite their will. I will take care of Qi Zhao's matter, but I will leave here sooner or later. So, if you don't want to be bullied in the future, you have to become stronger. I can't protect you forever. Remember this humiliation, and remember this lesson. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you are weak, you will be bullied. Others won't even treat you as humans and will only humiliate you. Then he turned and left. He handed Fighting Soul Sacred City to Jiang Nan. He gathered Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Xiao Fengyun together. If he wanted to find fault, the bigger the commotion, the better. Previously, he didn't want to expose his relationship with Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman because he wanted to keep a secret. But it was different now. His secret had changed to the Fire King. These 2 people could be exposed, together with Xiao Fengyun. As long as the 3 of them didn't encounter any divine physique echelon experts in the 3,000 sacred cities, they wouldn't be afraid. The 4 of them sat in the room with solemn expressions. Forefather Scarlet Flame said unhappily, "Young master, you said that you would look for us if you encountered any trouble, but you actually brought Jiang Nan to the holy city of discipline. Aren't you too naive? Do you still expect the weak to be treated fairly? It was useless. The existence of Commandment Sacred City was to restrain the weak. In my opinion, we might as well go straight to Scarlet Sun's sacred city and smash it. Just kill Qi Shao. Nonsense. Green Lotus Swordswoman glared at him and said, "After all, we are from the Golden City. Interfering with the affairs of the 3,000 holy cities was already against the rules. Annihilate Scarlet Sun. Holy City? Are you trying to provoke the people from the Golden City? After all, the Scarlet Sun Holy City had always been the strongest force among the 3,000 holy cities. They have more people in the Golden City than in our fighting Soul Sacred City. If we really fight, wouldn't we be harming young Lord? Green Lotus is right. The two of you shouldn't blindly get involved. With me around, young Lord won't be at a disadvantage. But if the Golden City interferes, the unlucky one will definitely be the Sacred Lord." Xiao Fengyan also said, "Then what should we do? Do we just watch? That's too cowardly. If it doesn't work, the two of us will also resign from the Golden City." Forefather Scarlet Flame scratched his head and said, anyway, he couldn't think of any good ideas. "Young Lord, you just want to kill Qi Shao to avenge our people, right?" Green Lotus Swordswoman seemed to have thought of a way as she looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Kill him? That's far from enough. At the very least, we have to kill Sacred Lord Scarlet Sun and Qi Shao. We also have to destroy Commandment Sacred City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities." Ling Xiao laughed. Hearing this, the three of them gasped at the same time. Good Lord, the young Lord's ambition is really big. He actually wants to destroy Commandment Sacred City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities? I'll think of other ways. Sister Green Lotus, tell me, how do we kill Qi Shao? Ling Xiao asked. This is actually very simple. There are only a few days left before the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. As long as young Lord kills Qi Shao in the ranking battle, you just have to kill him, Green Lotus Swordswoman said. In this way, not only can you take revenge, but you can also use him as a stepping stone. That guy has been ranked first among the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years in a row. As long as young Lord kills him, you will definitely be able to enter the Golden City. As for the specifics, just leave it to us. If it doesn't work, there's still the Fire Emperor. He's very concerned about you. Can I kill someone in the ranking battle? Ling Xiao laughed. He had offended a lot of people, and there were probably a lot of people who wanted to kill him. Then he could also take advantage of these people. Of course you can. The ranking battle stipulates that you either have to admit defeat or die. You just have to make sure he doesn't admit defeat. But I think with Qi Zhao's character, he probably won't admit defeat, so there's only death. Green Lotus Swordswoman laughed. Green Lotus, why do you make it sound so easy? How strong is young Lord? That guy is at the perfection of the ultimate core realm. How can he kill him? Xiao Fengyan said helplessly, "Old Zhao, you're outdated. If our young Lord really wants to kill that kid, it'll be as easy as flipping his hand. Not to mention that kid, even if he wants to kill the 12 rulers of the Commandment Sacred City, it's nothing." Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame said proudly. Xiao Fengyan was stunned for a moment and looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Was his young lord really that powerful? Well, this is a good idea. Then let's kill Qi Shao in the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Next, we have to burn a fire and let the Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City lose face. Ling Xiao stood up. He had already expected that the people of the Commandment Sacred City would refuse to help him deal with Qi Shao. So he also brought the memory medal. He recorded the ugly faces of those Dharma apostles. If this thing and the other memory medal were to spread in the 3,000 sacred cities at the same time, it would definitely be enough for the Commandment Sacred City and the Scarlet Sun Sacred City to suffer. Even if they could barely pass in the end, people's trust in the commandment sacred city would be greatly reduced. Let's go to the divine, martial sacred city. That's the most lively place in the 3,000 sacred cities. Since the commandment sacred city and the Scarlet Sun sacred city don't mind losing face, then let's make them lose all their face. Ling Xiao chuckled. Good idea, ha 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 ha. Green Lotus swordswoman, and the other two instantly understood Ling Xiao's idea. How could they not participate in such a fun thing? Young lord, don't expose your power for the time being. If there's any trouble, the three of us will solve it for you. That old fellow Fire King gave me a treasure, even if it's against a first-level divine body, realm martial artist. There's also a possibility of winning. Old ancestor Scarlet Flame laughed. Chapter 43:68. Patriarch Scarlet Flame was very confident. Previously, he had been too cowardly in the Sky Demon Ghost territory. He had been helpless against a divine body realm cultivator. That was why he had gone to beg his uncle, the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor had a lot of such treasures. Just give him one. That would benefit him immensely. Patriarch Scarlet Flame's words had hit the nail on the head. He would try his best not to expose the matter of the great Demon King. The more hidden means he had, the easier it was to survive. The four of them left fighting Soul Sacred City and headed to Divine Martial Sacred City. This time, they were especially high profile. He had won more than 200 consecutive battles in the Divine Martial Sacred City battle zone, and had already become a legendary figure. Now that he had just arrived, he had attracted the attention of many people. There were also many people waiting to challenge him. However, what puzzled them was that Ling Xiao hadn't come alone this time. He had brought 3 people with him. These 3 people didn't look like people to be trifled with. One of them was wearing armor and looked extraordinarily mighty. He gave off the aura of a general on the battlefield just by standing there. The second person was a woman. She looked dignified and beautiful, but there was a hint of killing intent in her eyes. The third person was a middle-aged man in a red robe. He had a fiery aura, as if anyone who approached him would be set ablaze. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and smiled. There were more than 100,000 people in the Divine Martial Sacred City battle zone alone. There were also many people in the other cultivation areas, exchange areas, and commercial areas who had admitted defeat. As long as the news was announced, naturally, it would spread outside. However, Ling Xiao felt that this wasn't enough. He let a Yuan venerate control the live broadcast system of Divine Martial Sacred City. These live broadcast systems were all controlled by sophisticated array formations. Ordinary people definitely couldn't hack in. However, a Yuan venerate was different. What was his status and ability? How could a mere array formation stop him? After everything was ready, Ling Xiao slowly rose into the air and looked at everyone in front of him. At the same time, it was broadcast through the live broadcast system of Divine Martial Sacred City. At the same time, the people of Discipline Sacred City were discussing with the people of Scarlet Sun Sacred City how to suppress Ling Xiao and fighting Soul Sacred City. He wanted Ling Xiao to keep his mouth shut. It wasn't that they didn't think that Ling Xiao would leak this information, but they didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to offend both Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City at the same time. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao was a fearless person to begin with, not to mention that he had a backer now. Even if he didn't, he would still do what he had to do. In the end, they had still underestimated Ling Xiao. Everyone must be curious as to why I'm not participating in the battle today. Instead, I'm controlling the live broadcast system of Divine Martial Sacred City. Now, I will let you know. Some solemn places were, in fact, extremely shameless. Some people who seem to be sanctimonious are actually a bunch of thieves and prostitutes. Everyone, please be careful. This matter has a lot to do with all of you. After successfully attracting the attention of many people, Ling Xiao began to tell the story. He was a very eloquent person. Therefore, when the story came out of his mouth, it was really vivid and vivid. Hearing this, many people were filled with righteous indignation. At this time, the Exchange Tower Master, as well as the apprentices and commandment knights, had already seen this scene through the live broadcast. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, their expressions changed drastically. "Quick, go stop this lunatic. What is he trying to do? He's crazy." The Exchange Tower Master personally led 3 commandment knights and hundreds of apprentices over. However, they were still too late. After Ling, she finished telling the story. He also talked about his encounter in Commandment Sacred City. Naturally, there were people who didn't believe him. This is all your side of the story. How can anyone believe it? It involved Commandment Sacred City and Qi Shao, so no one dared to believe it easily. That was what Ling Xiao wanted. Then, he played the images recorded by the 2 pieces of memory metal. The images of the memory metal couldn't be faked. Seeing these 2 scenes, the faith in everyone's hearts instantly collapsed. They had always thought that Commandment Sacred City was the representative of fairness and justice, a place that people believed in. But now, this faith had collapsed. Not only that, but those who had been threatened or treated unfairly by Commandment Sacred City all stood up. They understood that this was a rare opportunity. They spoke of the injustice they had suffered. The high and mighty image of the sacred Commandment City crumbled like a pile of broken building blocks. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Of course, many of these people were arranged by him in advance. However, he didn't expect the effect to be so good. Just a dozen or so people had brought out the anger of thousands of people. He had said that he didn't just want Qi Shao dead. Crimson Firmament was nothing to him. If he wanted to kill her, he could do so at any time. His real goal was to break Commandment Sacred City's control over the 3,000 holy cities. If they couldn't even achieve the most basic fairness, how could they control the laws? Everyone, after this incident, I also believed in Commandment Sacred City. However, these experiences were truly heartbreaking. What kind of animals were the people who controlled the laws? They colluded with criminals and caused so many people to die unjustly. Is there a need for Commandment Sacred City to exist? Ling Xiao's voice sounded out once again. Countless people were enraged. Many people didn't really like Commandment Sacred City, and now that they had the chance, they took the opportunity to cause trouble. Finally, law apostles appeared. These law apostles were from the battle zone. They had received the Tower Lord's order and rushed here immediately. No matter what, they couldn't let Ling Xiao continue speaking. Such bewitching words were a huge problem for the Commandment Sacred City. There were a total of 20 law apostles, and all of them were heavenly core warriors. At the same time, they all charged towards Ling Xiao. Zhao Fengyun and the others were about to attack, but they were stopped by Ling Xiao. There was no need for the 3 of them to deal with these trash. To be honest, Ling Xiao wanted them to attack. He casually waved his hand, and a divine ice dragon opened its mouth. It spat out a large amount of icy mist. Icy dragon breath. The 20 or so people were all frozen in an instant. Ling Xiao said with disdain, "What's wrong? Are you angry? Out of shame? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to say it? Commandment Sacred City is nothing more than this. You can hide it for a while, but do you think you can treat the hundreds of millions of warriors from the 3,000 sacred cities as fools? That's right, Commandment Sacred City treated us like fools, and we will make them pay. That bastard Qi Shao is normally bloodthirsty. In fact, Many of our holy city's disciples have been killed by him, but we can't win against him. We never dare to say anything. Today, I will risk everything. That's right. I don't believe that with so many of us here, Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City can kill all of us. The more people there were, the more strength there was. The more people there were, the more confidence there was. They dared to do what they didn't usually do. Besides, today's incident was led by Ling Xiao. Even if Commandment Sacred City and Scarlet Sun Sacred City wanted to take revenge, they would start with Ling Xiao. They didn't mind it. That was why they dared to cause trouble. Chapter 43:69. In the past, when we went to sue, the Commandment Sacred City said they would keep the evidence for inspection, but later they told us that the evidence was lost. We had no choice. Now that I think about it, we were really stupid. How many times has the Commandment Sacred City been wronged? I had the same experience. It was a painful lesson. Ling Xiao has a way. He should have taken the evidence and left the Commandment Sacred City speechless. Among the people who spoke, they might not really support Ling Xiao or like Ling Xiao. They were just doing it for their own benefits. Many people had been cheated by the Commandment Sacred City. There were also some Sacred City's sacred lords who were suppressed by the Commandment Sacred City. Since there was a chance this time, they naturally had to beat the dog in the water. After all, the law could not punish the majority. Even if the Commandment Sacred City wanted to find trouble, they would find Ling Xiao. They couldn't kill everyone from the 3,000 sacred cities. The Commandment Sacred City must give an explanation. Yes, punish Qi Xiao severely. Punish those who cheat for personal gains. People can't keep kneeling. When it's time to stand up, they still have to stand up. Look at Ling Xiao. He knows how terrifying it is to offend the Commandment Sacred City and the Scarlet Sun Sacred City. But he's not afraid. This is a real man. Shut up. At this moment, the Exchange Tower Master arrived. Along with him, there were 4 Commandment Knights and hundreds of Dharma apostles. The scale was huge. Many of the martial artists below shut their mouths. After all, the Tower Master was powerful and not someone they could afford to offend. They didn't want to be the first to do so. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. He knew that the Exchange Tower Master would come to cause trouble in the divine martial sacred city. In fact, the Tower Master was also the strongest person in the divine martial sacred city, and also belonged to the Commandment Sacred City. In addition to the Commandment Knights and Dharma Apostles, they were here to protect the dignity of the Commandment Sacred City. The Tower Master's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Shattered Core Realm. He couldn't compare to Zhao Fengyun, Forefather Scarlet Flame, and Green Lotus Swordswoman. But he was much stronger than the others. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding aura instantly became much more condensed. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao, wishing that he could swallow Ling Xiao whole. But he couldn't make a move. Even a fool could see that Ling Xiao had those 3 backing him up. No one could do anything to him. Moreover, in this matter, the Commandment Sacred City was indeed in the wrong. Be it in terms of strength or reasoning, he was at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao, if you want to cause trouble, you can do it in Scarlet Sun Sacred City. Don't even think about causing trouble in my divine martial sacred city. The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower finally said this after holding back for a long time. Ha! Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? The Exchange Tower has existed for tens of thousands of years, but you have only lived for about 200 years. At the end of the day, you're just a gatekeeper of the Exchange Tower. How dare you treat the Exchange Tower as your own property? Also, this is the battle zone, not the Exchange Tower. I didn't break any rules. What right do you have to ask me to leave? Ling Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of the Pagoda Master. Even if he didn't have Qi Hua, Qing Lian, and Zhao Fengyun behind him, he still had the divine physique echelon Great Devil King. Why would he be afraid of a mere seventh stage shattered core martial artist? However, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to cause trouble. This time, he was forced into a corner. That was why he did this. How dare you? The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower was furious. He suddenly struck out with his palm, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. However, Zhao Fengyun took a step forward and shook the long spear in his hand. The sharp spear energy formed a spiral-shaped gale that pierced out. The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower exclaimed and fell back. There was a red spot on his palm. His eyes were filled with shock. Zhao Fengyun, as a member of the Golden City, how dare you interfere with the 3,000 sacred cities matters? Aren't you afraid of being punished? The Tower Master of the Exchange Tower frowned. Idiot, I've already resigned from all my positions in the Golden City. I'm now the Supreme Elder of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You want to hurt our Fighting Soul Sacred Cities. Disciple, can I do anything? Zhao Fengyun sneered. I think your commandment sacred city has been arrogant for too long. You've already forgotten the responsibility given to you by the Golden City. Do you think you're the emperor of the 3,000 sacred cities? When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being overjoyed in their hearts. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao would have such an expert backing him. No wonder he dared to go against the commandment sacred city. If that was the case, they had nothing to be afraid of. Tower Master, we're not talking nonsense. It's not the first time your commandment sacred city has bent the law. We don't dare to say it because we're afraid, not because you're doing the right thing. General Zhao, you have to uphold justice for us. I have a brother who was bullied by the commandment sacred city. He wanted to go to the Golden City to complain, but he was killed on the way. Although there's no evidence, even a fool can guess who did it. Also, in order to get my sister, Qi Xiao didn't hesitate to kill my sister's fiancé. In the end, he even used force. My sister is a woman with backbone. In the end, she chose to commit suicide. Unfortunately, Qi Xiao has a close relationship with the commandment sacred city. We can't win at all. We can only endure this blood feud. The commandment sacred city is simply a puppet of the Scarlet Sun sacred city. What's the use of having them? Everyone spoke one after another, saying all the things that they didn't dare to say in the past. Because they had Zhao Fengyun's support, they weren't afraid of being silenced. Who dares to deceive the public and frame my son? Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. It sounded like thunder. The main character is here. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. This Scarlet Sun, sacred Lord, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. It's a good time to confront him. A moment later, a group of people appeared in the battle area. The person in the lead was wearing a Scarlet Sun python robe. He had a dignified look, and his aura was much stronger than the Exchange Tower Master. Just by standing there, he was enough to make people tremble in fear. Those who were originally talking shut their mouths again. There was no other way. The situation was stronger than the person. The Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord was a terrifying person. Qi Xiao was just a younger version of the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord. When the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord was young, he was even more arrogant and despotic than Qi Xiao. He did even more despicable things. Now, he was naturally protecting his son. He didn't think that what his son did was wrong at all. I didn't expect the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord to come personally. Don't you think that this is a little too much? Zhao Fengyun looked at the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord and frowned slightly. He could feel that the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord's aura was much stronger than his. If he wasn't wrong, the Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord had probably advanced to the Divine Body realm. Although he was just a beginner, he was still much stronger than a Shattered Core realm martial artist. The Scarlet Sun Sacred Lord originally planned to call Ling Xiao to the Scarlet Sun Sacred City for a chat in 2 days. However, he just received a report that Ling Xiao was spreading the news in the Divine Martial Sacred City. He immediately flew into a rage and came over with his men. He didn't plan to have a good talk with Ling Xiao. So what if he wanted to use his power to bully others? In any case, he had the strength and status to back it up. For the sake of his precious son, he would do anything, even if he had to become enemies with Patriarch Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun.